them to say, I can become a teacher one day, I can become a doctor, a lawyer. So the way we carry ourselves, a big thing for me, so that kids know that they don't have to, if they have one, they can come in nice and clean. Whether they're fat or they're skinny, they can still come nicely dressed. So that's the reason why I made sure that I would dress the way I dress for work. So I don't go into the stores to buy the suits. I had my sister-in-law in Jamaica, my husband's sister, beautiful seamstress at the time. She every school year she would make maybe 6 suits. I'd have them to wear to work. But then the weight comes on, and I started just didn't know what to do. So I started wearing bigger clothes just to feel comfortable. Um, and but then today, last night, I was able to fit in my suit, and there are others that I see that I can fit into. So this whole week, I'll be able to wear a suit, back in my element. And I'm just going with it one day at a time. As I said, 1 pound at a time. I'm not looking for any big payouts. I'm not looking for anything unrealistic. I'm just taking my time and just seeing where it goes. Um, so I'm comfortable now. I'm getting there. I'm still, the weight is still there, but it's not as overwhelming as it was before. Um, Again, I'm moving around nicely. Today I did my 6 classes, and I feel so good. I'm into it. I'm into the virtual teaching, and I've talked to Prince Nick, and we're gonna be going back to the math made simple. So we're working on something so that when I get into the mode, when it gets into mode, when math made simple gets into the works, that it will be a success. So again, my people, it's not much to say. I'm just still giving thanks, just giving so much thanks and praise, and I'm getting there. I'm getting there, and I'm not stressed out, and I'm good. And just again, I'm always with a thankful heart. And so it's peace out, one love. And for those of you struggling like myself, or who had the struggles like myself, just know there's always hope. I remember when I was just huffing and puffing just to move from point A to point B, and now I'm just going with the flow. I'm moving better. I sound much better. I'm getting more done. Honestly, I used to suffer so much from my back. When I need to wash the dishes, I had to lean over on the sink just to give myself some ease. Now, yesterday, I did so much. I cooked yesterday. I did fish. I did snappers. I did tilapia. I even baked the chicken for my husband, and I was able to do all of that. So as I lose the weight, and I'm feel stronger. When I went out in the evening to walk, it felt good, you know, refreshing. So I'm grateful I started, and thanks to all of you who supported me on the journey, because you gave me that wind within beneath my wings, so that I could fly. And as I start flying, I feel like I could just keep soaring. So that's where I'm at. I wanted to share with you that I was in a suit today. I wasn't in a big dress at work today. I was in a suit, and that feels awesome. So feel encouraged, all of you in the same situation like myself. And those of you who are not in that situation, there might be other things going on. Feel encouraged just the same. Feel powerful. Let no one take away your joy, because you are important. And I know I am important. And because of that, I am motivated to go forth, onward and upward, losing 1 pound at a time, and just loving me because I am special. So peace out, take care of yourself, and walk good. Welcome, my YouTube family. It's another beautiful day. It's such a beautiful day. And I have to be giving thanks because to God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things he hath done. My family, I'm here again today. It's another beautiful day. Regardless of what's going on around us, I have to be thankful. I'm so grateful I am here. My family so far, thank God, they're intact. And I'm hopeful that all of you who are watching my video right now, that you and your families are doing well. Um, we just have to give thanks. Find something around to give thanks for. And so that we can keep hopeful and press onward and upward in a positive and grateful way. So I'm here with you. It's back to school time, but I'm here because today, as I continue on my weight loss journey, I just want to share with you another little dish that I cook up um, to enhance what I'm doing. Again, let me remind you, I do not eat meat anymore. I do eat more fish. I know that's not wholesome for every day. So in between the fish, I enjoy a lot of vegetables. So today I'm going to share with you my chop suey, vegetable chop suey, right? Um, I know they have chicken chop suey, and the Chinese people fix their chop suey their way, but this is Miss Bev's chop suey. So I'm going to be using today, I'm going to be using some cabbage. It's already chopped up. I'm going to use, what's that? That's bok choy, or in Jamaica we call it pak choy. Either name, it's the same thing. All right? I'm going to add carrots to it because you know I love my colors. I'm going to be adding my green peppers and my red peppers. I'm going to be adding my cucumbers, and I'm also going to be adding some callaloo. So, as we get ready, I'm going to be using the olive oil as usual because I cook with this. And I'm going to start it up. I'm going to heat up the oil. So I'm just going to pour enough in the pot, not too much, but just enough. And I'm going to start that so it could start heating up. So again, this is, I'm right here in the kitchen. Because I had forgotten the callaloo. So here's the callaloo. It just came out of the freezer. And you see, remember the other day when we cut it up? And I showed you, see how crunchy it is. It's not sticking together. It's not hard. It's nice and loose. See, easy to come apart. So this will be going in with the cabbage and the pak choy. I'm also today going to use a little bit of butter. It says I can't believe it's not butter. I'm going to use a little bit of this. And it's just for flavoring. So, again, We're in the kitchen. We're cooking a meal here, and I hope that when you try it, that you will find it to be tasty. Again, remember, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm just a teacher and a mother. Every year when school starts and we have open house for the parents, I always tell them I'm a mother first and then a teacher. It means that I do understand life as it is before I can start teaching the children that I work with. So again, the things that I cook, um, they are the things that I am doing to help me. And if you find that you try them and they can help you, more power to you. I'm hoping that I'm motivating someone somewhere, somehow. I'm hoping that with all this meat on my body, you notice I haven't given up. I am still out there doing what I need to do the best way I can do it. I'm not doing it to please anyone. I'm doing it to help, to just make me feel good. I turned 60 years old and I am very grateful that even at 60 years old, I still have people who love and care about me. I can sing, I can dance, I can move. I mean, it might not be the whole thing like everybody, young people can, but I can do it. So I'm hoping that I'm encouraging others. If it's your mother, if it's a sister, an aunt, somebody, share the video with them and let them get some hope, get some motivation, feel encouraged to just do something a little different if there's too much meat on the bones. All right? So, um, the oil has heated. So, I'm going to add, did I show you the onions and garlic? So, I'm going to put those in. Smells good. And the next thing I'm going to add is the carrots because they're a little harder. And I want them to get some yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. God is a good God, and there's so much again. This morning was a little cool, but as the day wore on, it got this afternoon and on my way, it became a little warmer, it's nicer, um, and that's a good thing. I'm gonna add the peppers. Love my colors. What did I say I was doing again? Yep, that's it. I'm creating my own vegetable chop suey. And chop suey, it's made up of different vegetables. And so, as I said, I have the peppers, the carrots, I have garlic and onion for flavoring. I'm going to be doing the cabbage, pak choy, or bok choy. It's the same thing. And I'm adding callaloo. So it's going to be, and cucumbers. So it's going to be chock full of vitamins and iron and good minerals. We have the carrots. I talk about colors, wow, see that? I like the colors, very colorful. So the next thing I'm going to add is the cabbage. So it's already cut up. Smells good. Then I'm going to add the callaloo. And again, remember we cut these, we put them in Ziploc bags, and I have a freezer out there in the back hallway, and we save them in there. So I am cooking, it's just me and my husband. So remember when you cook, you think of the amount you're cooking for, and you cook accordingly. I'm adding the cucumbers. So there's no right or wrong way to add your vegetables. I'm going to lower the fire a little. There's no right or wrong way to add your vegetables. The important thing is that you have a pot full of good stuff. I'm adding the pak choy last. And I'm going to add a little, I can't believe it's not butter in there. And again, remember, I am not a nutritionist. I am not a chef. These are things that I do to help me on my journey. So because I'm not eating meat, I have relied heavily on these different vegetables, um, so that I can still feel um, satisfied and my body's still getting good nourishments. So in the Chinese culture, they use a lot of soy sauce and all of those nice things. Um, I don't really cook with those condiments. I stay with the garlic, which I already have garlic, but I'm going to add a little garlic powder, just a little. So this is garlic powder. As I said, I cut back on salt drastically. So that my blood pressure has really, really been doing so well. So it is true. If you cut back on the salts, change your diet, change the way you eat, things will start happening for you. And keep an open mind, keep a positive and an open mind. So you notice I didn't put water in here. I didn't throw water in the pot at all in this. But remember, right? Even though I didn't throw water in the pot, see, it still made its own juices. So this is good. And you will enjoy it more because you didn't add water to it. You didn't add anything to take away the natural juices from it. So it's cooking in its own, in the juice that it created. So all those vegetables coming together, they produce a nice, flavorful juice. Um, and you notice I like to cook my vegetables with a little piece of codfish or salted fish. And today I'm not doing that. I'm not adding anything to my vegetables. They are just going to be their own buddies. Um, so that's what that is. So I'm gonna let it cook for about 10 minutes. Maybe less because I've been stirring it and as I added the things in. So I might make it cook a little less. You make it cook according to your taste. If you want to cook it soft, it's more power to you. I don't like too much vegetables that are too soft and soggy. I like the vegetables with the crunch still in it. I like carrots, even though you're steaming them, that they still have a crunch in them. Um, but you can cook it the way you want it, um, so that you can enjoy it. I um, I'm looking forward to this meal. I haven't had this in a long, long time. I remember when I was much, much younger, my teens probably, and we used to do this on a Sabbath, on Saturdays. So when I get home from church, that's what we would have. We'd have vegetable chop suey, and it was so good, So I'm going back to those times when things were so much different. It's in and as we things change in life for us, and then we forget the good old days and the little things that we used to do that made us comfortable, content. So this situation that came upon us all, that made us have to stay home more. As a teacher, I was running back and forth. When I was raising kids, it was raising the children. I have twin daughters, beautiful young ladies. And I have my son. I'm so grateful. He gave me a next daughter. So, because he got married, he has a grandson. I have a grandson. So, I'm very grateful. I'm so thankful. I have so much to be thankful for. I might not be the beauty queen on the block as society expects it, but I am so grateful because so much positives are there to be thankful for. So yeah, I put on the pounds, I add the meat to the bones, but in doing so, there are many success stories that came with that. So becoming and raising the kids, working full time. I remember coming from going to college, and I was in college until 11 o'clock some evenings. I remember when my daughters got scholarships and went away to Boston to high school. It was just my son and myself. And I would leave my school as I worked as a paraprofessional then. And I'd finish the first degree, and I would leave school and I would come down to his school, which was right next to the house, and I would get him, and he and I would have to get on the bus because I'm afraid to drive. I was in New York City then, and we'd get on the bus, and I would go to college. Now I'm doing my bachelor's degree. We'd go there, and he would sit next to me and eat. I'd feed him, and I'm listening to the professor doing my notes. and then leave at 11, him and I going up to get the bus, getting home. And that kid was so, it was, you know, you have to look for these little things to be thankful for, you know. And he grew up and never got into trouble on the streets, never, you know, it's really, I'm thankful. I'm very thankful. And I finished that and I started teaching. Went back to Jamaica actually and was teaching there in a small school, and then returned and started teaching in New York. And then from then I moved here to Connecticut and continued teaching, did a master's degree. So with all of those things, I was adding the pounds on, but you know what? I was trying to get things done. I was trying to make sure the two girls went to college at the same time. I was trying to make sure they had books in college. I was trying to make sure that things were happening, things were getting done. You know, I was a single parent. What are you going to do? You know, you're not going to go back and cry and give up. You're not going to say, oh my God, you know, I need some, you know, you go on and you go on and you build, and life gives you lemons. Just make some lemonade and enjoy your lemonade. But in doing so, continue to work hard. Life, it's only an embarrassment when you gave up. If you didn't do anything, you just sit there and be pitiful and be sad and, you know, complain and blame, then that's a problem. So yes, I gained the pounds, and you know, and it's okay. It's okay. Because now I've gotten to the point where I realize that, you know what, I can do something about it. But am I going to still sit and wallow in pity and feel, no, I have accomplished so much. I have had so much love and support. Right now, I started my YouTube channel when I was 59 years old, almost 60, you know, and starting the channel, it was quite interesting to just get up and start talking about the cards on my wall, because I would read them and they gave me hope. You know, just to get up and to I thought about teaching math in a simplified form, but then I after I did the hands-on geometric shapes, my daughter says, "Why don't you do a weight loss journey?" Because I was trying to change the way I was doing things. And she said, why don't you do it with your YouTube fans, since you now have YouTube fans? And here I am today. You know, here I am speaking to you, whoever will hear my voice, in a positive, motivating, encouraging way. Because when I hear from some of you, you encouraging me, Miss Bev, keep it going. Miss Bev, be careful. But, you know, little things that shows me that people do care, that you care. And I'm thankful, because every day that I go to work and I teach and I reach out to people's children, and you know, and do so much, I sometimes wonder, you know. But then when I started this channel and I'm seeing it growing, and I'm seeing that people really do care. And it's not about what you look like, or but if you treat people well, they're going to treat you well. And the people you have treated well might not be those who treat you well, but there'll be somebody there for you. So as we continue on this journey, I want us to be hopeful. I want us to be thankful. I want us to take care of one another. I want us to treat people the way we want to be treated. Because when we do that, you know what? There'll be somebody who will just reach out to make your day a little bit brighter. So, yes, I've had struggles. And yes, there were times when, you know, it was hard. But what did I teach my children? Never give up. And if I'm telling them never to give up, I can give up myself. I had to. I had to stay hopeful. I had to stay hopeful. I had to be strong for them, because I had to provide for them everything. I had to be a strong black woman for them so that they could grow up understanding that they have to be strong. I had to be a strong person for my son because there was no father in the home for him. When Donnie came on board, I'm so grateful because he has been so awesome with them, and my son has someone that he could emulate, somebody who was respectful and decent and kind. And so I have to say I am blessed. I'm really, really blessed. And again, we have to understand what blessings are. Um, Sometimes we think if we're not driving a nice car, then we're not blessed. And if we're not, but just to have somebody to sit and talk with, just to have someone, if you need a cup of tea, if they make a cup of tea for themselves, then they'll ask you, do you want a cup of tea? Those are things that you have to learn to appreciate. Sometimes we have great things around us, but we're looking for more. And because we're looking for so much more, we don't see the beautiful things that we have right here with us. And so I'm just saying, as I continue on the journey and as you journey with me, as we walk together, as we do things together, my friend, my neighbor, Miss Hyson, such an awesome lady who supports me, who is there when I need to walk. She's ready to go. I have to be thankful because it's early morning, but we do it that time so we could get back, get ready for work, and go. Right? During COVID, my husband, who he does the shopping. He doesn't let me go out there because I have allergies, and so because he is an essential worker and he had to be out there, he just made sure the groceries are done and anything extra that we need, it's done. Um, and there's no fussing. There's no, oh, I've been doing this every day. And you, nope, it is done. He goes out and he brings in things that we need and then some. And if we need it again during the week, he never fusses. He drives down and he goes and he gets it. So the things that we must look for are the little things. He's not buying me diamond rings and fancy things. That's fine. I don't need them. I just want to know that when the things that I need to survive, they're here. And in the evenings when he comes home and I wait up so that he comes in, those are the little things that are necessary. Those are the little things that makes life, makes it beautiful. Mwah, beautiful. So this is now ready. I've talked you to death, but I hope that whatever I say, there might be one little thing that will make your day a better day. Okay, so I'm going to show you what the end result looks like. And with this tonight, I'm going to serve it with a slice of yam. All right, so it is very hot. And what I like with the vegetables, unlike meats, you can really enjoy it. You know, you can really, really enjoy it. And So there you go, my YouTube friends. You see all the beautiful colors again, and this is yellow yam that I served it with. Um, that's yellow yam. So again, please, if anything that I've done today, motivates you or makes you feel good inside and out, please share the video with others who might benefit. Um, Leave me a comment. Talk to me because I enjoy it. If you notice, I always write a mouthful when you guys, I don't just click the little heart and or give you a thumbs up. I have to respond to you because I do appreciate you. So again, remember it's pak choy, sweet peppers, red and green. There's cucumber, there's cabbage, there's callaloo, garlic, onions, and garlic powder. Again, you add whatever vegetables you want, but just make your vegetables interesting so that you want to eat more and more. You want to enjoy them. Okay, so again, this is Miss Bev's production, and Miss Bev is saying, enjoy. Talk to me about the outcome of yours if you tried it, um, and just continue to take care of one another. All right, so it's one love at a time as we lose 1 pound at a time. So peace out. Okay, my YouTube friends and family, thank you so much for opening my channel. I'm in the kitchen today, and look what I'm wearing. I'm wearing my shirt, Become a Better, Stronger You, 1 pound at a time. These shirts can be found on Teespring, and you look for Miss Bev's production, and you will see um, my little shirts, and so you can support me if you want to. So I'm a little wet because I was doing the potatoes and the banana. Today I'm going to be cooking the callaloo. I showed you what it looked like when it was just freshly cut, and I cut them up and we put them in the Ziploc bags. And here is a frozen one that I'm going to cook today. I'm going to be adding some mixed vegetables to it because I love the colors. And on this weight loss journey, I just love my vegetables. And so I do enjoy it. So I'm going to add some mixed vegetables to it. This is an Italian blend. So I'm going to add this to it. I'm also going to add some codfish. So it's already cooked. I cooked it 2 times just to get the salt out of it. And so this is what I will be using. They say when you're cooking or when you're taking care of patients or anything you're doing, get everything together before you start. Here are my onions cut up, and again, some green peppers. Today, I do not have any tomatoes in. My daughter gave me, I was telling my daughter about something that I read that says that tomatoes has a poison in it that doesn't go well with arthritis. And I do have arthritis in my lower back, lumbar 2 and 4. And I also have arthritis in my right hip. So she says, Mommy, it's just a fad, it's a myth. But today I have no tomatoes. So it's going to be the callaloo, the saltfish or codfish, some Italian blend vegetables, my onions, my peppers. I'm going to be adding my garlic powder. It's powder, not garlic salt, but garlic powder, because I really don't use salt, and my black pepper. So I'm going to use my olive oil to um, I'm going to use my olive oil to cook my vegetables today. So this is the Bartoli, um, and it's extra virgin olive oil. So I'm going to be using this to fix the onions and the peppers and the codfish, and then I will add the mixed vegetables and the callaloo. So for those people who are not used to the callaloo, that vegetable from our island, um, I don't think it's only in Jamaica. It probably is in other islands too. But it's very healthy. It's has because of the dark green leaves. Again, I talked about the iron values, vitamin values are in there. And again, when you cut it, if you have too much and you want to save it for some other time, you cut it, you wash it, you let the water drain off it, and then you put them in your Ziploc bag. You want to store them clean. So when you're ready for them, you're just going to open the bag and pour it in your whatever you sauteed, your onions, your tomatoes, your peppers. You just open it in there because it's already cleaned. So stay with me. I'm going to add those in. That's the onions and the peppers. And I'm also going to add the codfish. So this is what we have so far. Onions, codfish, the peppers are in. So that's what it is. And I'm going to let that cook for a little bit. I'm going to sprinkle a little garlic just to flavor it. And I'm also going to put a little black pepper. And while that is cooking, I want to just talk to us about my journey as I continue on. I started in April and I'm still motivated. I'm still happy. I'm still contented. I know I'm losing the weight and I am not losing it drastically. I'm losing it a little at a time, but it feels good. As I said before, there's so much I used to not be able to do, but since I cut back on so many things from my diet, I am so much more uplifted. I can get so much more done. I am walking a lot more. And so I know this is good. I've always said, you know, it's not about how quickly you get there, it's about starting. And when you get to that point, when I went to school and I had to work with the children, I did sixth grade or fifth grade, I taught math, and math is hard. So it was a struggle for many kids. I had to devote a lot of extra time to help the kids understand the concepts that I was teaching them. And so sometimes at the end of the day, I might do some tutoring to help the kids who needed the extra support. And then by the time I leave, I am tired. And so we talk about, yeah, I want to go to the gym or I want to do this. And it's easy to say it, but then it is hard after a full day's work to really get going again. Once I get home, I'm so tired. I really, really, I wasn't good for anything else. My brother would come in and he'd say, "Come, let's go for a walk." And I'd go one evening, but the next evening, I just mentally I couldn't do it. So since this COVID thing started and we are home, I am grateful. I know it's been a bad thing for many people because no work, no money. It's been hard. And for me, it has been a blessing because it allowed me to see myself, to realize how hard it was on me, and to start taking better care of myself. As I said, with this weight, it had, am I, some people, oh, I feel so down, I'm depressed. No, I'm not depressed. I never get depressed for that. My thing was, there were many people who knocked me, who said negative things about me being so fat. And yes, I'm fat, so I'm not upset by that. But one of the things I have to look at, and I want people to understand, those of you on the journey with me, that if arthritis was only for fat people, I would have been more offended, or not offended, but I would be more unhappy if people dying from cancer and diabetes and all those things were only focused on black people. Then I would have been very angry at myself. But then when you look, it's a broad spectrum. Skinny people have cancer. Skinny people are diabetic. Skinny people are dying from heart problems. And so I'm not taking it personal. I'm grateful that I started um, cutting things out and walking more, doing a lot more movement. I'm doing my dancing, and I feel good because my hips can still move, my arms are moving more. I can raise my hands up as high as I can. I am doing so much more. So I'm grateful, very grateful for that. My 60th birthday just passed, and I'm so happy that I can do what I'm doing. As I go on this journey, continue on, I'm hoping to do more. I'm hoping that this will continue into much better things as I move forward. So now I'm going to add the mixed vegetables. The mixed vegetables, see how colorful it is? I like my colors. So there are carrots and zucchini and other things in there. So that gives it some color. And for my callaloo, I'm just going to I'm just going to spread it over what's in the pot. So you can take a look with me. And what I like with this is when you it's frozen, but it's not, so you can just strip it apart. Even though it's frozen, you can still, it's easy to break apart. So I'm going to do the entire bag. Because it's vegetables, and you can always have a second helping without worry about. I'm going to put a little bit of water. So it's vegetable, so you can always just add, you can have, even two helpings for the rest of the evening. So it's early. So if I have dinner now, then maybe at 6 o'clock, I could have something more before it's bedtime. So I'm making it simmer, and I have bananas in here and I'm gonna do bananas and I have white potato. I've been eating a lot of white potatoes. They're not sweet, so I'm enjoying that. But I'm grateful for this journey, and I'm so thankful for those of you who are following with me and encouraging me and laughing out loudly with me, and just make it a good time. As I said, I feel the difference in my clothing. Um, I I feel the difference in my movement. I'm able to do so much more without having so much pains, or the shortness of breath. And so I'd encourage anyone who is in a similar situation like myself, who because of whatever reason gained a lot of weight, and just no matter what you did, because for me, yes, I cut back on some sugar, but I wasn't consistent with my habits. I might not have sugar for 2 mornings, but the next morning I will do oatmeal and I put a lot of sweet milk in it. So I wasn't consistent in anything I was doing. So the weight wasn't budging. And so I realized quickly now that I'm here and I'm able to stay focused, that once you have to balance everything. So I'm moving more, I cut back more, and I'm seeing the results, bigger and better results. So it's not lopsided. It's not, oh, you're moving, but you're still eating all this meat, you're eating all this rice, you're eating all these dumplings, and they're just sitting there, just sitting there. And then the fat comes and it becomes bigger. See, I feel better, I look better. I'm wearing a t shirt, and this is my t shirt. I created this with my daughter, helped me with the logo. But it's just a mindset, and you're not too old. Again, I said turn 60, and it's beautiful. And I want to keep going. I want to keep going. I want to keep going and going until I get to a comfortable weight. I don't want to stop. I don't want to say when I lose 30 pounds, I'm going to stop. I want to keep the changes because I really am not robbing myself of anything that is good. I I'm eating my fish. My daughter's brought me salmon. Um, I love salmon. I'm eating my red snapper. I am eating a lot of vegetables, cabbage, callaloo, um, different vegetables, um, saltfish, and my husband loves saltfish in the cabbage. He loves it in the callaloo. I would have it without it, but I have, he's my friend, he's my husband, so I cannot be selfish. I have to make sure that I am doing things that he enjoys also. So it's very good, and I am grateful every time that I've gotten this far, and I am not overwhelmed, and I am pushing upward and onward. All right. So again, thanks to everyone who has been supporting. I'm going to check the okay. So that's good. I just was focusing on the callaloo because when I put the green fresh ones, people are asking how it's prepared, and so I've got some new ideas that we're going to be trying about juicing it. I've never thought that it could be done, but we are going to try it. We're going to try to juice it, see what the taste of it is, see what it turns out to be. Um, and if it turns out nice, I will share it with you guys, with my followers. So that's something you can add that is healthy, that is filled with iron, because you know our body needs the iron. Um, so if I'm going to try it first, because they told me to do, my niece told me to carry on. She says, to do it with ginger and, some lime, and put a little sweetener in it, a little bit. I don't do honey. I'm allergic to honey, so I don't use it. But a little bit of brown sugar, just a little bit to give it a little flavor, I guess. So I'm going to try it. When we do carrot juice, that's how we do it. We juice the carrot, we squeeze it out, and then we add a little bit of lime juice in it. We don't do the milk. Before, it was milk and some dragon stout or Guinness, and it was very rich, but it was fattening. So I was eating rich foods that were packing the pounds on. And when you're raising children, you don't have time to talk about going to the gym. You don't have time to even, you don't even think of getting up to go walk because you're washing clothes, you're ironing clothes, you're getting ready for work, you have assignments to complete for yourself because you're in college. So it's so totally different. So now I don't have those things. The kids are grown. It's just me. And my husband is skinny. He doesn't have weight. But he also doesn't do a lot of sugars. He eats beautifully. So, um, yeah, the journey, I'm glad I started. Um, and every little bit helps. I am so totally grateful. I feel so much better inside and out. Um, I recommend what I'm doing to anyone who is struggling, because I remembered when I was sitting in the chair and I was just, just moving to the music. But then I realized that as long as you're moving, it counts. But for me at the time, if I had to stand up, my back would hurt so badly. So I said, you know what? I can't stand and dance too much. 2 steps and my back is killing me. I have to sit because the weight was too much. And I would sit in my chair and I would roll with it and I would roll with it and I would dance with it. I would just push my hands until now I could get up and dance a whole 20 minutes, 30 minutes, still going. I'm still going. And it's so awesome. Sunday night I did kukudu. I did Sister Pat, and it was just totally, totally awesome because they do the revival gospel music, and man, I was just going. So, you start where you are and you just let it roll. You start where you are. You start just rocking. Eventually, you're going to start lifting up your feet. Eventually, you're gonna start stepping 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and you're going to get there. My goal next is to start running. I want to be able, when I go outside, to run. So I want to start not on the street when I go walk, but when I'm doing my walking back and forth, I want to start running. Even if I run halfway, that's 50 feet, and then walk and then run a little bit more. I want to start doing that. I want to start jogging, and until I can do the whole 100 feet, say 200 feet, because it's 100 feet one way, 100 feet back the other way. So I want to be able to start out slowly, but then gradually get to a slow jog until I could do it for a longer distance. So there you have it. I can pick my feet up. I can pick them up and I can do a little jogging. So it's just, I'm not pushing too much. I'm not overdoing it. So I give up. I'm taking it one step at a time, one jog at a time, until I'm able to do a lot more. So I'm checking now, because you don't want your vegetables to overcook. When you're doing your vegetables, you want them to have a crunch in them. Wow, this is beautiful. You want your vegetables to have a crunch. And see, So that's it. You have cauliflower, you have callaloo, peppers, codfish, onions, carrots, and beautiful. And so because it was in the refrigerator and it was frozen, it does come with some juice in it. So you'll have juice. So you'll have some, I'm here, you can hear me talk. I am here. So again, it's vegetables. If this was meat and all that, you couldn't add too much to your dish. But I say once it's your vegetables, to pile it up because it's good for you. It's good for you. Don't feel bad because we don't eat enough vegetables. But I am not embarrassed to pile it up. I eat less carbohydrates and I eat less carbohydrates. So I don't mind. I don't mind at all. And so share with me. So there I have it. I have 2 banana fingers. I have a white piece of potato. And I have my callaloo. So for those who doesn't understand callaloo, this is what it is. And I cooked it with saltfish, carrots, um, cauliflower, onions, green peppers. Mmm, very good. And that's my dinner on this journey. So please, if you enjoyed this little cooking session with me, please like the video. Please share it. I guarantee you there's somebody out there who will benefit from it. And please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. So thanks to every one of you, and peace out as we lose 1 pound at a time on this journey, because we want to be better. We want to become stronger. We're all filled with greatness, whether we're skinny or we're fat. We all have greatness within us. And most of the greatness that we possess, we must show it to others with love. So peace out. One love. All right, my people. So it's Miss Bev in the kitchen, and I am going to be working with carrots today. I want to make some juice. So I'm going to be doing 2 juices from carrots. I'm going to be cooking a set of the carrot so that we're going to have one of them boiled carrots and blended out and sweetened, and the other one will be raw carrots. And so I am going to, I've already washed the carrots, peeled them, and now I'm preparing these for boiling. So I'm just going to slice them into circles so that when it comes out from boiling, it is already cut for blending. So here we go. So we know that carrots have a lot of nutrients. They're filled with antioxidants, When we were kids, they would tell us, eat your carrots, it's good for your eyes. Um, it helps to build your immune system. And so I just want to share with you guys how we prepare our carrots. Um, on a Sunday evening, we used to have a rice and peas with chicken and carrot juice, always carrot juice. And sometimes the carrots are mixed with beets. So here, this is the first batch, and I'm going to be adding them in the water that's boiling. Okay, so these are going to be boiled. And so I'm going to do them for about 10 minutes. And while they're boiling, we are going to now prepare these for blending. So we're going to cut these for blending. And carrots are good, man. It's good for you. They say, you know, these orangey stuff that build up your system. So since when I started the weight loss journey, I always loved my vegetables. And so when I stopped eating meat to help me on this journey, I just started loving them more. They become my best friends. So I eat a lot of carrots. I like the colors. So I add them to soups. I do vegetable soups. I add them to my callaloo and I cook it. I add it to a lot of things. I sometimes shred it, add it to my salad. So there are many uses for this carrot. And carrots are sweet. So there are days when I just cut the carrots and bring them to work as a snack. All right. I don't need to do this. I'll just put them right into the blender. So yes, I would bring them for snack. Sometimes I prepare, some of them are so sweet sometimes, and the crunch is good. And it's good for your stomach, it makes the stomach work. It doesn't just drop in the stomach like a big blob of something. It just, when you chew on them, they're crunchy and they're good. So I'm going to blend these. I'm going to grate them now with using the blender. And I'm here. So you'll hear the loud blender. that's about enough. And I am going to now strain it out. This is my big jug. I'm going to use this to get the juice out of it. We do this all the while, man. We grew up doing this. We're probably not gonna get a whole lot from it today because, but I'm just showing us what we can do with our carrots. It's a healthy treat. It's a healthy drink, and I'm going to flavor it. And the other thing too, as I squeeze this out, don't forget that we also make carrot cakes. So one of the things we used to do, once we blend the carrots and we juice it, we get the juice out, we would squeeze it, and we'll get the juice out of it. What we would do with this right here, we would use it then to make our cake. We make it, we'd add. So tonight I'm not blending a lot of carrots. This is just sharing with you guys how we use our carrots. So this actually, when we're doing it, we will squeeze with our hand. We would wash our hands, like I have a ring on. So I would take my rings off, I'd clean up my nail, make sure my nails are nice and clean. And so we'd squeeze the juice out. We'd squeeze it because our hands are stronger. So we'd actually squeeze the juice out of it. And then use the pulp to bake a cake on a Sunday or make a carrot cake. So we have those. Those are cooked, and I'm going to use those. I'm going to blend those out to make another form of carrot juice. So please bear with me. So this we're finished with. So I'm going to wash these off. As I prepare for this. So when you're doing this, I just thought about it, but when you're doing this one, if you can cool it and blend it in the same water, then that would be good. So make the carrots sit for a minute and cool, and then you blend them. So for me now, I'm going to have to set it in some cold water. All right, so I set that in some cold water. So while that is cooling, I'm going to just mix this one. So I'm going to run it through the strainer one more time. And I'm going to run it through only because sometimes when you strain it, some things might have gotten away, and you really want it to be smooth when you're drinking it. You don't want these in it. So see? Okay. So for this, here's my juice. Now I'm going to add a few things to it. Here is my nutmeg. So I'm going to add, because this is a small amount, I'm just going to add maybe a half a teaspoon of nutmeg in it. I'm going to use some sweet milk, and I have cut back on the sugar, but for my carrot juice, I definitely would use a little sweet milk to give it some taste. You can use honey if you want to, but you know what? People are allergic to honey, and remember, I'm not a nutritionist, so please, you're gonna try this at your own discretion. So I add a little. So I have nutmeg, I have sweet milk, and the good old Guinness. So I'm going to add a half of this in it. You can add a little bit of white rum if you want to. So don't add both. Add a little Guinness or add your white rum. Again, so I'm going to add a half. I'm not a drinker. I don't drink. But when it is blended in with something else, then it makes a good flavor. So this is carrot juice, the fresh carrot juice, raw carrots, peeled and blended or grated in a blender, and then sweetened to taste. So for me, I added my nutmeg, I added some sweet milk, and I use the carnation sweet milk. Some sweet milk really do a number on your stomach, but I found that once I started using the carnation, it seems much friendlier when I put it in my Milo or my other teas. So there you go. So that's carrot juice. And my brother is going to come in soon to get a taste. But let me work on the other one. And so we'll put those to the side as we cool the other one and get ready to work with it. So again, I'm going to blend this. And Now this one, if you look at it, it's cooked carrots. See the color? And what I am going to do with this one, there's no straining from this because it's cooked carrots, and all I'm going to be doing with it, see that? It's nice, and it kept the orange color. So I don't need to strain it. And this time, instead of adding milk and all the other goodies to it, I am just going to add a little brown sugar, or you can drink it. You can add, I'm going to add a little lime juice. And again, it's up to you because the carrots are sweet already. But I have given up so much on this weight loss journey. I couldn't give up everything all at once. So I don't use a lot of sugar. I haven't had a soda in a long time. So I'm gonna do a little lemon juice in it. I'm doing a whole lemon. I should really use just half since it's not a lot. It's not a whole jug full. So we have our lemon juice. And I'm going to add a little sugar just for taste. Just a little for taste. I'm going to add not all, but some. Maybe half a lemon, half of lime. Sorry, not lemon, but lime. Half a lime. You notice the difference with the colors, even though this one has the Guinness in it, but we left out all the pulp from it. But this one has everything in it. So the entire carrot is right in here. So you see how it looks. So you cook the carrots with this one, and you make it cool, and then you blend everything. You cook the carrots and then you blend everything. And this is the outcome. It's nice and rich. The flavor is good. That's good. So I didn't add too much lemon juice because you don't want to spoil the taste. But again, it's up to you. You flavor it according to how you feel about it. I am not putting anything in this. I'm not putting rum. I'm not putting Guinness in it. I'm just going to enjoy it this way. So this one, I added things to it. You have it two ways. You can decide if you want to put color flavors in it, or you want to enjoy it the way it is. So there we go. We have the cooked one, and that's the outcome. We have the raw one, and that's the outcome. I added Guinness in this one. I added sweet milk, carnation sweet milk. and I added my nutmeg. Again, I am not a nutritionist. I am just Miss Bev's production. And these are the things that I create to help me on my journey. And it's not being created from scratch. These are things that, as a child, we grew up with them. And when we raise our families, we raise them on these things. My children are American, but they were raised Jamaican. So they ate, they drink the carrot juice, and they build up their immune system and, you know, the eyesight, because this is what the carotene does. It's good for the eyesight. It's good for the different, for your immune system. Vitamin C and different nutrients are there. So that's what this is. Now I'm gonna get a taster for this, and we'll hear what he has to say. Yo, bro, come taste and see that the Lord is good. So, my people, that's how it is. I am feeling so great. As I said, I've been losing the pound, I've been losing some inches, and I'm very grateful. I am here doing so much more. Today I worked. Um, I have 5 classes that I teach every day, and once that is done, I get home. Sometimes I have no energy left, but sometimes I feel very good. I feel upbeat. And so that's what that is. So my brother is in the house and my whole brother. Yes. So your sister just made carrot juice. This is a boiled one. Yeah. And this is the outcome. I added some sugar in it, a little bit of sugar, and lime. This one is the regular carrot juice. This is the raw carrot juice, raw carrots. I added Guinness, some nutmeg, and sweet milk. So, so which one are you going to try? Which one?
The Guinness stout.
All right. Here's to you, my brother.
Yes.
So I'm going to try it. How is it?
Good stuff, yes, sis.
Good stuff.
You have an option.
Okay, so you try this one. Woo, woo. Yes. I like that it's not too sweet.
Yeah.
I like that. How is this one?
This one is good stuff too.
Yeah. This is all the carrot because I boil them and then blend them. So you have all the carrot in here with the pulp. This one now we strain it out so the pulp is not in it.
You just can't go wrong, sis.
So can't go wrong. It's carrot, right?
Okay.
So
good job, though.
Good job. All right, my brother.
See you later.
Peace out.
One love.
All right, all right. So there you have it. My brother just did the taste test and he's still walking. So it is good and it is healthy. And I just try it, but understand I'm not a nutritionist. So do not, just try it, knowing that these are foods that we eat regularly. And so we can, fix them the way we want them so we can enjoy them. So try it, let me know the outcome. And again, as I continue on this journey, I have seen the blessings. As when I started out, before I even started, I couldn't even tie my shoelaces. It was a struggle. I had to take my laced up shoes and I had to put a knot on the sides so that they would fit my foot. But now I must swear to you that I am now able to bend low enough to tie my shoelaces. I wear my laced up shoes to work. I don't wear heels for long years now. I haven't worn heels. I have, graduated or I went down to lace up shoes. And so when I couldn't reach to tie my shoelace, I'd be out of breath. And then now I'm able to tie them. I wear lace up shoes to work. I wear my sneakers to go walk. And I feel so, so blessed. When I'm able to cut my toenails, my God, can you imagine cutting your toenails and you're huffing and puffing? You can't reach your nail because you can't bend. And now I'm able to clip my toenails myself. I can do my soaks in my foot, in my little thing for my feet. I can give myself my massage in there and I can do my feet myself. It is a blessing. Yesterday I got my nails done, my fingernails, but my toes I didn't have to do because I can do them. So it has been great. Yesterday was Sunday and I got up in the morning and believe me, I had so much energy. I wasn't achy, I wasn't suffering. In the night it took a toll on me because I did so much yesterday. I mean, I did a lot. And I cooked and everything. And in the end part, I was at my desk. I got rid of some things from school and just really was on a roll until I took my shower and was ready for bed. And then my body says, okay. So my back hurt, but I went to sleep and I felt better this morning, so I could get up and go to work. So in between, yesterday I was dancing to my revival music. I was just on a roll with Sister Pat and Kukudu, and I just felt good. And so every little bit that we do, every step we take, as I say, if we set unrealistic goals, it's going to stress us out when we're not seeing this quick fix. But if we decide to just go one little bit at a time, I'm telling you from experience, I'm telling you, it does work. And it makes you feel good when you realize that it is working. So the biggest part is to start. Love yourself, love who you are, love your accomplishments, do the good things that you can do, help others where you can. Never, never feel good because you have so much and nobody else has. Talked to my kids when they were young. I said, don't think that just one of you accumulating a lot of wealth will make me feel good if your brother or your sister doesn't have bread to eat. If you have a dollar bill, make sure the three of you have a piece of that dollar. You support one another because unity is strength. Together, you're stronger. So when everyone has a quarter, it's better than just you having a whole dollar. And so I said, do good, help others. Because we're not taking anything with us at the end. There's no one who passed this earth walk away with anything more than they don't even know if they even got a nice thing. So do the good you can while people are able to benefit from it. Help others. Never stop helping. The more I help people is the more blessing I get. And I don't want a big show of blessing. I like it coming in little bit at a time. It says, cast your bread on the waters, and you will find it after many days. It didn't say you don't want it to come rushing at you all at once because it gets sour. Too much bread at once, you can use it gets sour. And it doesn't buy happiness. You're not happy. But when you get a little each time, you see how you appreciate it. It comes just at the right moment, and you're just giving thanks. You're just giving thanks. And as the Lord blesses us, my prayer has always been, as He blesses us, let us be a blessing to others. So it's not just losing the weight 1 pound at a time, it's how we treat others. We treat them the way we want to be treated. We learn to give back because in giving, we're helping others. And when we help others, hopefully we encourage them to help somebody else. And the cycle will continue. We can't fix everybody, but if we can fix one, we have done well. So, my brethren, my family, my friends. I went to work today and I came home and I said, yeah, I'm a little tired. I have some schoolwork to catch up on. And but I feel good because at work today I got a couple. I was waiting for one of my virtual classes. I was waiting for the kids to log in, and I peeked on my phone, and there was a message there. It says, "I'm so proud of you," and that came from Prince Nick, the channel that I follow on Jamaica Nice Life. And when I opened it, he sent me a screenshot of one of my subscribers who reached out and was grateful for the channel and was talking about how I motivated her. And that just gave me such a rich, people talk about getting gifts and they want material things. But my gifts are those little things that mean so much to others, that has helped somebody while I'm on this journey. And so I say again, thank you, Prince Nick. Um, when my channel failed the other day, I had given up and I actually went on and I took down all my videos. And I was at PD the next day, which was Monday. I took them down that Sunday because I was afraid. I thought I was hacked because my subscribers, they were just going up, but I wasn't getting any notifications. I wasn't seeing that people were watching the videos. It was just going, and I got nervous. And I took down all my videos, and now I'm looking for them and trying to rebuild my channel. But the Monday when I went to work, my aunt reached out and Aunt Sybil said, "Where's the thing? I was looking for it. I didn't see you." And I didn't even get to explain, but she was telling me, put it back, put it back, and stay focused on what you're doing. You're doing a good job. Then my daughter, she said, "Mommy, I went on this morning to go to my services and I didn't see your channel." So it was noted, and it made me feel good that it's not just there, but people notice. And then I reached out to Prince Nick and I was telling him I was so afraid. I said I thought somebody hacked into my computer. And he said, "Miss Bev, no, sometimes these things happen." And he says, "But I would hope that you continue your journey because it's a good journey." And it was so encouraging. And when I put the first video back up, he was the first one to hit me up and says, "Thank you, Mom. I'm so proud of you." And so here I am, growing again. And it will take a little longer to get where I need to get to. But the important thing is I've started. And it doesn't matter how long it takes me to get there. The important thing is that I get there. So even with our journey, losing the weight, doesn't matter how long it takes you to get there. Just take your time, 1 pound at a time. Just one. Not five, not 10, just 1 pound at a time. Change the way you eat. Get rid of some of the things that are bugging you down. And you can't use the bathroom the way you want to. And eat your vegetables, eat your fruits. Get rid of the unnecessary stresses and love who you are. Love who you are. And so quietly you can send the message that it's okay. But just take care of yourself, take care of your mental health, take care of your body, and the rest will just fall into place. So I love you guys for supporting me and for encouraging me. For those of you that have been motivating, I am grateful that I'm able to reach you through this medium. I wish you well, and I know you will do well because you know that it's all about you. So put that value in yourselves and cheers to you. 1 pound at a time. Become a stronger, better you. Peace out. Happy New Year, everyone. It is 2021. And there's a lot to give thanks for. I should have promoted this yesterday, but today is just the first, and it's not too late. And this, if you wanted to notice it, it says naturally decaffeinated tea, natural green leaf brand, 3 ballerina herbal tea. Wanted to take a close look at it. Look at the box. You see those 3 little ballerinas dancing there. So there's a history about this tea. And what I want you to pay attention. This is a tea. You take 1 bag in maybe 6 ounces of water, about 6 ounces, and don't let it steep too long. Put it in and let it sit for maybe a minute or two. I drink mine without sugar, but make sure that you're drinking it warm. Um, there's a story behind this. And what this does for us, before I tell you the story, is that it pushes out all the buildup stool that is in your stomach. First, my mom years ago kept telling me about this tea, how good it was, and you'd go to the bathroom every day, right? But you don't push out a lot. But when you take this thing, it pushes out, oh my God, so much stuff that it was sitting in your gut. Very good. I have used it like on every Friday or maybe once a month. It all depends. It all depends on how much you eat and what you eat. And, you'll have your dinner and you'll go to the bathroom, but it's just a little. And you go for 5 days. But when you take this tea, maybe once a month is good. When you take this tea, it doesn't give you like a watery. It makes it like it's thick enough, but it just pushes everything out. So again, I'm not a nutritionist and I'm not a doctor, but I use this to help with to just keep my bowels emptied properly. Um so I'm just offering it. I'm putting it out there. It says 3 ballerina. Um and for me it works beautifully. When my mom told me about it, she was using it and she kept telling me about it. But in where I live in Connecticut, they never sold it here. And she sent me the first 2 boxes. Then my brother told me about how he went to her mom's house and she made him a cup and he said, "Oh my God, it worked. He almost filled the bowl." Toilet bowl. I don't think this is gross talking about it because this it's a natural thing. We all go to the bathroom. We all have our bowel movements, and it's nice when you have a good one. And for me personally, with so many people who can't go, they're constipated, they're this and that, I enjoy going because it makes you feel good inside. So this is 3 ballerina. It's a herbal tea, and it really flushes the bowels without like the water, loose water. It comes out nice, thick enough, but not hard. But it just pushes out a lot of build-up stuff from your stomach, a lot. So if you're taking it, again, please make sure that you're not going out. Take it when you are able to just get to the bathroom and use it. So I would take it on a day when I'm off. Drink it in the night. And so by the morning or so, it all depends. Please, don't hold me accountable. For me, it works when I drink it before I go to bed. I drink a warm cup, and in the morning when I get up, it would start pushing stuff out. And all depends on how much is in there to come out. It will continue for maybe, for the day, or it all depends. So it's 1 bag in about a 6 ounce cup of water, cup of boiling water, and let it steep for a minute or two. And then I drink it without sugar, as I said, but you can put a little bit of sugar. It all depends on you. I'm just sharing this because it works for me. It's beautiful. I love it. I really, really love it. So enjoy your new year. If you want to add this to it, then go ahead. You get this mostly in Chinese, where they sell teas, or in if you're in New York or in Miami, wherever you are. I don't know if you can get it on Amazon, but you see what it says, three ballerina. Um, it we get it here locally now. Cause once you start going into these stores and you ask them for it, eventually they will get it and bring it. So we have access to it. So mostly West Indian stores, places that sell Jamaican foods or West Indian foods, um, they will have these in the tea, but in the tea section. So see what it is, three ballerina, and you look for the one with the three ballerinas dancing on the cup of tea. Okay, so happy movements, better movements, better guts, and happy new year. All the best. All right, it's just me again, Miss Bev, and today I want to just actually show you a little drink that I grew up knowing about this drink, and I realized that as I it's a new year coming, it's the end of the old year, a lot of bitterness, a lot of heartaches. But today I just want to leave us with something, with a power drink that you can enjoy during this time. Um, so today I'm going to be working with Guinness, and Guinness is manufactured all over the world. I'm going to be working with oatmeal. You see, they say it's good for the heart. And I'm going to talk a little bit before I mix it all up um, about it. Because when I did my research today, remember, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a doctor, I'm a teacher. Um, but today, when I decided to blend these together for you guys, I looked at the nutrients, I look at the values, because when we talk about Guinness, we think of alcoholic beverage. Oh, but it's important to note that Guinness actually is good as it relates to cholesterol. It has what they call flavonoids, and it's a plant-based antioxidant. And so what that does, it helps to clean out the bad cholesterol. And it also has zero point 0.3 milligrams of iron per 1 pint. And we need iron, so we see that it comes with, my grandmother always says, if it's bitter, then it's good for the body. So Guinness has a bitter taste. It supports bone health because of the plant hormone it contains. And then it also has, it's more for malt, right? It has a malty flavor, and it has a low alcohol content. So you also get a lot of fiber because of the barley that it has in it. And then when you combine that with oatmeal, we know that oatmeal comes with a lot of fiber, and it's a good, it says it has about 10 grams of fiber. It's good for digestion. The fiber keeps you satisfied longer. So as I continue on my weight loss journey, we see how it comes together, because if you feel full longer, then you eat less. And so it's good for weight management and weight loss. Oatmeal has protein. So the protein with the fiber is what helps you to keep full. And so we know that oatmeal also helps to get rid of the bad cholesterol. So today I'm going to combine the two and to give us a drink that is going to be satisfying, that you will enjoy. And so here we go. So what I'm going to do, I am going to put the camera down a little bit so we can actually, okay. So I already soaked the oatmeal, and this is 1 cup. And I'm going to pour that in the blender. And then uh, move the blender a little bit. So I pour the oatmeal in the blender, and I am going to then add the Guinness in the blender. So again, it's our Guinness. And Guinness is manufactured in different places around the world. I'm going to pour it in. And then I'm going to add, this is condensed milk, and I like to use the Carnation condensed milk. And you can flavor it as you would like. Um, so you have the condensed milk. You can also add some nutmeg as needed. And because all of that is flavoring. And now I'm going to blend it. And then I'll pour it in the glass. So I didn't blend it for long. I blended for like what, about maybe 30 seconds? Or you can blend it for a minute if you want to. Let me just. So it doesn't take long because I soaked the oatmeal, and because I soaked it, it wasn't so hard. And if you notice, the oatmeal that I used is also the old fashioned one. I like that one because it's not overly processed. It is somewhat processed, but it's not as processed as the couple minutes um oatmeal. So I like the old fashioned one. And then I soaked it, and then after I soaked it, I add the oatmeal with that water, which was make 1 cup, and I pour it in, added the Guinness to it, um, added a little sweet milk to it just to give it taste. And then you could put your ice in it if you want to, but now it's ready to be served. And I'm not going to use ice. I'm just going to pour it. It's lunchtime. And there we have it. So, again, this is just an old fashioned drink. I grew up with this. I've seen my uncles make this. Um, I have seen my husband make it in Jamaica. And today I thought I would share it with us as we ring out the old 2020, which had so many issues, and ring in the new year. Cheers, everybody. Enjoy. Mm, delicious. Delicious. So that's just something I wanted to share with us for the new year. Again, you can do your own research. And as I said, I'm not a nutritionist, only a teacher, but it tastes good. It's a good way to enjoy your oatmeal if you don't like the porridge type. This is just another beautiful way to enjoy it. All the best. Um, let's put this year behind us and let's look forward to a better year. And as we go onward and upward, and if you can't be good, as I always say, just be careful, love one another, take care of each other as we move on with love and unity. All the best. Happy New Year. All that's healthy and good. Take care. So, my people, it is Saturday. It's Friday. And with all that is going on around me, boy, I'm coming tonight. I come in and sitting outside for a minute in the living room and just decide. So I just need to cook something. Just not cook something. But me just want to, my mind just run back on the days when we used to make fritters. You know? Remember, like, Sunday you cook a big meal and you have some left over from Monday. And then you cook Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. But then Friday evening, we usually just get something different for dinner. People we used to order pizza when the kids were little. We did Kentucky Fried Chicken. We still get into all them stuff. McDonald's, them stuff. But now you get older, you don't really care for them something there. But tonight, me just really think about the fritters. And so me just fry 2 fritters with some lemonade. So my friends work with me here. So the table is set. We have the saltfish already prepared. All right. And then we have some curry. We're going to put curry in it. I like when curry is in it. We have some onion already cut up. And we have my flour. We have my flour. We have my water. And we have my olive oil. I always like to use the olive oil. So, I can just, you know, the fritters, them go and soak up the oil. That's why I like to use the olive oil. Um, so, it's not, it's bad for you. Oil is bad, but not as bad. I guess the olive oil is not so bad. That's what they say. So, me not make too much. Me just, or make just maybe 2 or 3, because then you're going to work. Then I eat fritters and then come home in the night. So I have the flour. Put some flour in the pan. Again, you just decide how much people you're making it for and how much you really want to make. So I'm going to add the onion. It's just put the onion in there. I'm going to add the curry. And I'm going to add the saltfish. Love my saltfish. I love saltfish when you cook it up with tomato and onion and tomato and just fry it up. Eat that with piece of yellow yam. It's good. It's very good. So me like the oven, me like the stove. I'm just going to pour the water in because remember if you're making fritters, them not dry, them more, them like more liquidy. And just mix it together. You can add little black pepper if you want to. Remember, it's not supposed to be too thick and it shouldn't be too thin. Because what you want to make sure that when you mix it up, it holds it will hold the ingredients in it. So if it's too liquid, then you know it's gonna become not gonna be so nice. So make it a little thick so that it can hold the ingredients together. So I have this done. You see how it looks yellowish? So I like fritters. I like the fritters with color. I like them just white. All right, so the oil heating. And once the oil heat, we're going to just drop them in. And we're going to do about 3, not do too much. About 3 of them. And that will be good. And then we're also going to make some lemonade because the lemonade, we just think, we just feel a little back home tonight. Just miss Jamaica. Let me just remember how we used to enjoy these little things. Just remember you could have run outside and pick 2 lime off a lime tree. Now you have to buy them for how much. And but tonight I just feel like it's not summer, but I just feel like a little lemonade will do the body good. I was tired today, just tired today. Because yesterday I didn't sleep all that well. All the craziness that was going on, which was not yesterday. Well, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. So I went to work tired, came home tired, and the tiredness has. So I just make space on the table a little bit. My people, I hope wherever you are, it's Sabbath already, but I just felt like I wanted these little fritters. Even though it's Sabbath already, I I just know that the Lord won't send me to make 2 fritters. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make some lemonade. Getting that set up. And I'm going to enjoy that for this evening. So just work with me, my people. Just work with me. If you had forgotten about fritters, just run right now and go make some after you watch my video. Let's reach and make a couple. And you put them in the pot, try not to make them touch each other. Let's give them like a space. I'm just going to 2 and see how them look. See how them spread out. So that's how you want them to kind of spread, and enough oil in the pot so that them can get some coverage, right? So my people, me just there, and as I said tonight, me just felt the need to just make 2 fritters and enjoy them while I talk with you about everything or anything. And today we don't, tomorrow and starting tonight we'd start our worship, starting about Holy day, Jehovah's rest of creation's week, the best, last of all, the chosen 7, blessed of God, to man it was given. Welcome, 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 welcome. Glad we hail its presence blessed. 'Tis the great Jehovah's rest. So again, I'm never ashamed of my faith. I first started up as a Moravian girl, went to church, enjoyed my missionary days when they had all the different churches meeting up at our church. Our church was the biggest in the area, Springfield Moravian Church. And everybody would come from all over and come with their goodies to sell, man. And boy, some things were there. The striped candies, everything was there, man. And you just go and you just, the ice cream man would come. I loved homemade ice cream them days, but Granny couldn't afford it. So when missionary come and Granny would sell the pimento and you get a little pocket money because we weren't able to pick up the pimento. Them after them break it, we'll go under the tree them and pick up, get we cans and pick up, we won't pick up pimento them. Until we used to teeth a little bit out of fear when she had dried. So it used to be funny when Granny would look at ours and said, you're telling me to pick up all of that under the tree, right? But she never said anything, but she would sell it and you get your missionary money, man. And you go missionary, you can buy your own ice cream cone. Oh my God, that was so good. And you buy your ice cream and you enjoy it. You buy your striped candy. Oh golly, man. Then Granny would buy like fried fish and they had the pink grater cake with the pink thing on top. Oh, those were so good, man. And as a kid, you were so entranced by all the pretty things. So many sellers. The place was so good with the baked goods and the different things that we weren't used to. But missionary day, man, was a good day. Every time missionary for come around, we happy. You get a nice new dress and you get a pair of shoes or going to burn your toe. You're going to have to take it off and carry it in your hand or hop while the dog blind you. But boy, I tell you, I said these days can compare no matter what we have today. We can't forget the old days. And we were so poor, but there was so much joy, man, so much love, so much caring, so much respect. So then after I left there and I went to my mom's family, then they are Seventh-day Adventists, so I got baptized when I was 17. And, I just keep my faith and keep knowing that there's a God because over and over and over again, I prove that He's there and He looks out for us. We just need to pray consistently. Don't be judgmental. Some people would look tonight, my friend, them two fitters, and Sabbath time, and no, don't let God and me deal with that. Let us love one another. Let us respect people. Let us find the good in people, and move on from there. So, me friend to flitters at this time is I'm hungry and I'm cooking it to eat. I'm not cooking it to hurt anybody. I'm not hurting anyone. So no one needs to become, critical and start making unnecessary comments. You know, um, this is no worse. I mean, when we put people down and diminish them by our mouths, the words out of our mouths, when we treat people badly, when we see people in need and we ignore those needs, that's worse than me frying two fetters. So nobody needs to be judgmental and start looking at anything. They just need to be thankful and to find ways to support and help others who really, really needs help. These have already been washed, so I'm just gonna squeeze them now. Boy, good old lime in the backyard. Good old lime money. They're Jamaica. These things we took them for granted. Took them for granted. I'm telling you, nothing beats a nice lime tree, a lemon tree. We had what they call brogo lemon. The big old lemon. When you juice one, or when the sun is hot, and Granny would send you go get two brogo lemon. But they were just lemons, but they were rough. But they call them brogo lemon. And you go out there, you get your two lemon, and you come back. And she mix up a mug of beverage. And you might be able to have a piece of bulla cake or something. And I'm just gonna let some of the oil drip out. So I'm putting the paper. And here you go. My nice brown fritters. My nice fritters. I don't know what to do anymore, but while I'm talking and making the juice, I'll just put 2 more. Probably leave 2 for tomorrow. Because the thing too about these, remember, when you talk about um this is in the Johnny Cake family, a journey cake family. So you know that them not going to spoil right away. Because there's no egg in it, there's no anything in it more than the little ingredients I added to it. So they call them journey cakes because they could last a long time. When you fry them or you roast them, you can have them a long time before they go bad. So that's why they could go on a journey. So that's why they call them journey cakes. So they got the juice out. And I'm here. So I like this water, like what do you call it? Well, you know, it's just a money making thing, smart water. But I bring 2 of these to work. By the time I get home, I should be finished drinking them. So that's a good thing. I'm gonna mix it up. And I really don't care for ice too much. I'm not an ice person. I like to enjoy what I'm drinking. And so I'd rather put it in the refrigerator and let it cool and drink it that way than to put ice in. Because when you have too much ice in your stuff, it's just so cumbersome. So I like so here. Still has some sugar at the bottom. Could keep mixing that. So I put that to the side. So yeah, man, the good old days, nothing can beat the good old days, And that's why we need to find ourselves and learn to be humble, learn to be satisfied with what we have. And so we're not out there killing ourselves because we want more, more, more. We can manage what we have, but we want more, so much more. So we must learn, if we learn to be satisfied, we'll be more content. And when we're content, then you know what? We're content that nothing bothers us, and we'll be happy to look out for one another. That's what contentment does for us. It gives us hope, it gives us courage. All right, my people, you know what? Today's Friday, and I came home, and all of a sudden, I start thinking about other people. I'm always thinking about others. But I want to just show you guys this. There's some food. Today's Friday. I'm going to do groceries tomorrow evening, right? So you notice we have some trays of meat in there for my husband, some callaloo still in the frozen, so the freezer. And let's come inside the kitchen, sir. Not too dusty, We still have, to that Friday, the end of the week, we still have some tomato. We have orange, banana over there, sir. My husband buy me some bread that today. I may have stuff in the thing that I still have ackee for myself. I may eat milk and stuff, Milo and stuff in the thing, I may still have stuff. Me have stuff available. But look what I cook for my dinner. And this is the point of I want to make. Come in, I put some mixed vegetables. I'm going to just decide. Because you know what happened? So this evening, right now, you have some people who don't have much to eat. You have some people who probably they don't even have anything for putting a little rice to eat. And while some of we have more than enough. So I come in this evening and I say, I not take out no fish, but I cook up the ackee and saltfish. Um, we just going to make the vegetable with the rice, and that's what I'm going to eat. I cut back on the rice because me try lose the weight and stuff. But this evening, I just wanted to eat with the people who cannot afford a meal today. With COVID, so much has been going on, and so many people have lost out. It's not because they're lazy, it's not because, they have given up. It's just because it's just not there. And so sometimes we eat the big meat and the dinner, we have with gravy and we have everything. Sometimes we are served with salad and with all of the trimmings that come with it. And yet we don't even think that we neighbor them might not even have enough to even have a good meal for them and then picnic. Even one day for the week. So boy brethren, we just ask everybody, as you know eat this evening, those who eat the fast food or pick up the fast food, those who cannot afford to pick up the fast food, those who have to depend on the school lunch for dinner. Me just it just touched something inside of me. And me just decide this evening. So this evening me eating with Uno. Whatever Uno I have tonight is source of food. The food with, you know, little and nothing on it. A piece of dry bread. Not because I'm lazy, but because I work hard, but it just times are tough. This morning I saw the news where they were talking to this taxi driver and he cried. He cried because, you look at even in New York City, taxis, yellow cabs, you're going to Manhattan and you just put your finger up and you can get a taxi. But now when people not traveling, when things have changed so drastically, how do they pay their mortgage? And they don't have a mortgage, them getting the rent break. But things have to still take care of. Like the guy said him have to pay for the medallion for run the yellow cab. And 3,000. We find that, you know. So brethren, if you're eating a good meal tonight, give thanks. Give thanks. There's no space for being ungrateful. There's no space for being ungrateful. There's no space really for not being thankful. Me watch this guy fire read. Him have land space. So I have to give him that. But for those of you who you might not have the land space, you look at what he's doing in using the motor tire them and put dirt in them. And this is what I said before, that we have to start turning our hand like Louis Bennett said years and years ago. Turn our hand, make fashion. In one of my videos, you see the man shaving the ice. Him out there with the ice and I'm like a black bag and him a shave it, come off it, find a way to make $1. So we see them so we can't put down a body. We can't put down a body. We have to make sure that we understand. Say, everybody not in the same place. Some people are really going through some hard times, and it's not because of anything they did wrong. It's just because that's how it is right now. So just make we remember one another. And if you have a space, you can put 2 big buckets and put dirt in there and plant something in there. For those of us in the States where this is winter for most of us and not really striving the winter, we have to wait till the spring come and the sun come and the warmth come. But boy, anyone of deaf, whatever one can do, we have to just try and just to keep hope alive and just know that if hopefully this will pass and we can get back to that life where. So I just say, go, brethren, me just sit my stove still hot, so the hot light today. Can me just done cook my little vegetable and rice, and that's what me eating this evening for dinner. Me not add no meat to it. Me just gonna enjoy that. and look at the health benefits in it. The carrots, the peas, the corn. I love corn. Oh God, I love corn. Green string beans in it, and I use some olive oil in the rice so that it doesn't stick together. And that's dinner. And I'm grateful. I'm very grateful. And wherever you are meeting with you tonight, be hopeful, be strong. Know that in time things will change. And these little things are things that will write a story later when you can tell your children or your grandchildren what it was like during this COVID season, this pandemic, and how you survive. So, one love, my friends. And if you can't be good, be careful. But just love one another. Love, love, love one another. Look out for one another. Take care of each other. And so, in the end, when plenty comes, we don't have to feel embarrassed because all of us can enjoy it. Because you know what? When it was meager, you look out and so you can feel good for say, boy, my brethren, me happy for see you. And see you come over. So we shall overcome one day, my friends. So enough love, enough blessings. And no matter how small it is, like we just give thanks because God is good. So take it easy again. Walk good. One love. Onward and upward always, brethren. Onward and upward. Don't look back. You keep going forward and upward. Because that's how it's supposed to be. One love. So this is another night of just speaking to us. Um Mostly to us as parents and aunts, uncles, grandparents too, because the success of our children is not only about the parents, but it's about all those who have to interact with our children. And we want them to be successful. We want them to do well. So, first thing I'm going to talk about tonight has to do with so often I'm talking about how we need to create wealth and so that we can create better communities. And if we have better communities, hopefully we'll have better schools for our children. But we have to start somewhere. The more we destroy things and we tear down, it's the less we're going to be able to build wealth. So I thought about it and I sat down and I created some ways in which we can start saving, so we can start investing in things and we can start making sure that we as parents are handing down a little something for our kids, or we're teaching our kids how to start building and to become financially independent. So I'll just go over some of the things that I came up with. First of all, if we work hard in school, children, if we work hard in school, parents encourage them to work hard so they can get scholarships. One of the things that are burdening our children are student loans. For the kids who have worked hard and decide to go into colleges, then they, because we parents are not able to help them, and they're burdened down with student loans. It takes a long time to pay these off and to have that freedom where you can buy a home or get a car. Some right now at my school there are teachers, one teacher in particular who talks to me about she have to turn off her cable. She has to get her phone at basic. She can't make too many calls. She has to change a lot of things. I was speaking to her in December and she didn't have the heat on in her house because they're trying to pay off the student loans and to build and to so she can feel um, better, because even though she's a teacher, her salary isn't there yet, so she have less burden to deal with. So they can get scholarships. If you work on your credit, Just stop buying the unnecessary things. You don't need a Gucci bag. You don't need a Gucci this or that. If you pay down your debt, keep yourself humble and satisfied, because as Solomon said in his words, he had so much, and when he looked at it in the end, it was all vanity and vexation of the spirit. So we want to make sure we're not spending unnecessarily, but we're spending cautiously and carefully so we can feel contented. When we're not stressed with bills and debt, we feel more contented, we feel more relaxed, we feel less stress. So forget some of those things and start saving, keeping your credit clean so you can pay down on a house. You have a house, it becomes a home, and it can create, it will create wealth for you and your children. Um Kids can, especially teenagers, they can start babysitting for their neighbors and make that money. Don't make it and spend it as soon as they start working. Oh, I'm going to the mall, I have to get this up. No, you're going to do these little things to start saving, start putting away, so you're learning, you're practicing. It becomes a part of you, it's natural. You could do pet sitting, small pets. You don't need the big old dogs or the big old pit bulls, but the small dogs. You can sit with them. Cats that are easy. Lawn mowing. Boys, girls that can get out there and mow people's lawn and get your monies and put it away. Yard work. A lot of people need little things done around their yard. Um, you can go and rake leaves. You can shovel snow. You can plant flowers and help people keep them up, water their grass for them. You can um, do newspaper delivery where there are still newspapers to be delivered. You can do, you can work at Amazon. If there's a family business, bring the kids in and let them work and pay them. So they could do filing, they can file papers in the office. They can answer phones. They can do other little jobs around the office. Instead of hiring somebody out there to pay them, pay your child that money and teach them how to save. Again, if we don't teach the youth, we're going to have continuous downfalls. And as it becomes, they get older, it becomes worse. When our kids are trying, we should be able to help them, support them, to build them up. Don't see them saving up and trying to move ahead, and then you turn your head the other way. And I'm not getting into that. I didn't send you to do. No, support your children, support them, encourage them, so that they're staying off the street corners, and so that they're building wealth instead of destruction. If we don't teach them, they can't learn. So even though we might not have gotten the teaching, let's teach them. So tonight I said, let me just give some ways in which we can help them to build wealth. Again, we don't need expensive sneakers and shirts and hats. We don't need to tell anybody anything by showing off things that are not even necessary. These things don't make us. It's who we are that makes us. So no nice $30 hat, no $150, $200 shoes. None of those things make us important. No $250 bags. What is that? Build our self-esteem so we don't need these things to prove who we are. So that's all I needed to say tonight as it relates to creating wealth in our communities so that we can build our own communities. Um, one of the things I had also written is that we can plant callaloo and sell it. You know how much per bundle? Sometimes my neighbor had told me, she said she went up to a guy's yard to buy callaloo. He gave her three stacks of callaloo and charged her $3 for it. So those are things. If you plant your callaloo, take care of it, water them, you can have in the springtime into up into the summer. You can sell your bundles of callaloo for good money, and that's making money. It doesn't matter how small we start, as long as we're teaching the youth and they're building, they're using it wisely. I want to see more of our Black people building, creating, and doing well. We talk about cutting hair, we talk about the girls doing nails, putting in braids, learning to do hair. So by the time you reach 18, you can open your shops and you can already build your clientele and ready to go. So again, I just needed to talk to us. I'm a little tired, but I needed to just talk to us. Because as the thoughts come, and I think about my kids in school and I see that some of them are so giddy, they're not focused, they don't want to, because no one is guiding them. So I'm just trying to appeal and asking those of us who are able to just guide them so that they can build, build. Our communities has to be better. Our communities have to be known for more than just another one got shot down in the streets, another one in jail. We need to be known for better. So let's start building people. Okay, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. So again, walk good. Can be good. Just be careful.
Thank everybody for joining with us here today. And in particular, I want to express my gratitude to the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Director McCraw, General Norris, who is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard. We have with us Brendan Judd, the President of the National Border Patrol Council. And I also want to thank all of the Texas Department of Public Safety troopers, agents, Texas Rangers, and all the members of the National Guard who are involved in Operation Lone Star. And I want to thank all of the Border Patrol agents who serve on the front lines every single day dealing with the challenges that we see increasing along the border. And then finally, I want to thank local law enforcement. Local law enforcement has been working side by side with the Texas Department of Public Safety as they've been going about the process of responding to the challenges on the border. So the Biden administration's open border policies have created an open season for human traffickers, for drug smugglers, for cartels and gangs. These criminals are preying upon women and children, exposing them to abuse and to terror. Because the federal government is failing to act to respond to these dangers, Texas is stepping up to secure the border and to keep our communities safe. To achieve that goal, about a month ago, I launched what we have named Operation Lone Star. Operation Lone Star was launched for the purpose of filling the gaps that are left open as Border Patrol officers are busy, occupied with detaining the large number of people who are coming across the border. And when Border Patrol officers are occupied with those detentions, it leaves wide swaths of sectors open for the cartels and drug smugglers, as well as in human smugglers, to be able to get people and drugs and contraband across the border. Without Operation Lone Star, those cartels and criminals would have open season to get across the border, whatever they wanted to get across the border. Because of Operation Lone Star, the numbers are staggering what has been done just over the past almost month. Operation Lone Star effectively began on March the 4th, so less than a month ago. In 28 days, the Texas Department of Public Safety has made 598 criminal arrests. They've also made more than 16,000 referrals of illegal immigrants to Border Patrol. So the math on this is the Department of Public Safety made more than 21 arrests per day of criminal arrests, and they made more than 571 referrals of illegal immigrants per day to the Border Patrol. I want to give you just an idea of the type of arrests that the Texas Department of Public Safety has been involved in. In early March, one of the arrests involved a stash house in the Rio Grande Valley. While investigating the stash house, Department of Public Safety troopers and special agents discovered 4 illegal immigrants and a gang member. The gang member was wanted on 2 counts of rape of a child under the age of 13. On March the 8th, Department of Public Safety troopers made a traffic stop that resulted in the arrest of a man wanted for continuous sexual assault of a child. On March the 14th, troopers attempted to make a traffic stop that escalated into a pursuit. After the pursuit was done and after stopping the vehicle, they discovered that the male driver was smuggling illegal immigrants, including a 14-year-old child who had been sexually assaulted. The driver also had child pornography on his phone. On March the 16th, the Department of Public Safety assisted the Border Patrol with several waves of illegal immigrants being smuggled on rafts. This included 217 illegal immigrants apprehended, including among that group 152 children. One of those children was a 6-month-old girl who was thrown into the river by smugglers. As Brendan Judd explained to me, there is a reason why smugglers and cartel members do things like throw a young child into the river. They know that when doing so, it will cause Border Patrol and Texas Department of Public Safety officers to focus on that child and to save that child like what they did do. When law enforcement is focused on saving a child, that opens the door to the opportunity for the drug smugglers and the cartels to engage in other crimes. And that's part of what happened. But to show you how abusive these people are, there was a mother among the group who was stomped on by the cartels and broke her leg. And that woman was also helped by the Texas Department of Public Safety working alongside the Border Patrol. Do we have Trooper Woodard with us? Right here. Trooper Woodard with the Texas Department of Public Safety was the trooper who was involved in the rescuing of that child, as well as dealing with the mother who had a broken leg. Trooper, thank you for your service. So this is just a small sample of the dangerous criminals that the Texas Department of Public Safety is apprehending and the horrific abuse these criminals inflict on their victims. A concern that we have is how brazen and open the drug cartels are getting in trying to recruit people here in the state of Texas to assist them in these crimes. I was provided these. I'm going to show you these 2 pictures if you can zoom in. These are 2 pictures from TikTok. And these are ads or videos and things that are being run by cartels on TikTok trying to recruit people in Texas to assist them commit their crime with the promise of money, as well as other things. And it's rare, I am told, to see the cartels open or operate that openly so that it could be seen by law enforcement. But you can be assured now, law enforcement will be following up, tracking down who these criminals are and doing whatever needs to be done to make sure that these types of operations will be shut down. Bottom line is this: Operation Lone Star is doing everything they can to keep our community safe. But this problem is not going to be fixed until the Biden administration does its job to secure our border and to get this crisis under control. Next, we will have Director McCraw.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Public safety is the protection of people from harm. When we talk about public safety in the department and certainly the state of Texas and the governor and the state legislature, that means all people in Texas. An unsecured border with Mexico has resulted in corridors of crime is the bottom line. I mean, Mexican cartels is enemy number one. And throughout Texas, the nation, these corridors, they bring cocaine, methamphetamine, marijuana, fentanyl, any particular drug that's marketable, the cartels have it. But importantly, people. We say people, as the governor indicated, it's a commodity to them. They don't care. They'll throw a 6-month-old baby into the water. They just don't care. I mean, they will stash, they will starve, they'll beat, they'll rape, and they'll abandon these children. And so it's very important. And one of the things that the governor's number one priority is that when we fill these gaps, because make no mistake about it, when you put those many unaccompanied children and family units into one area, the Rio Grande Valley area, Border Patrol becomes overwhelmed. We saw it in 2014, we saw it in 2019, and we certainly see it right now. When that happens, it provides a great opportunity for cartels to move migrant children that are high valued, okay, that are moving towards the sex trafficking industry, as well as criminal aliens between the ports of entry. They're not trying to be interdicted, and they're trying to avoid apprehension, and they're available at that point. So it's important to be able to fill that particular gap, which we're doing right now. And we're certainly proud to work with our brave Border Patrol partners, as well as local law enforcement. And we're seeing a lot of things we hadn't seen in the past in terms of brazenness of some of these smugglers and coyotes that are sitting on ranch lands and refusing to leave and moving into areas, as well as carrying weapons on this side of the border, which is a usual occurrence. And certainly we're concerned about that. Social media, who would have thought they're advertising for more coyotes? They need more smugglers to come from San Antonio and Houston. We didn't see that before. But again, this is $1 billion a year industry by organizations that we've never seen before, the Mexican cartels. There's nobody more violent, more brazen, more depraved, and I'd say more cowardly in terms of what they do with women and children than the Mexican cartels. And they're enemy number one. They represent a domestic security threat to Mexico, and certainly a public safety threat for all of Texans, and I would argue the nation as well. So thank you, Governor. We have an opportunity to be able to serve, and we're here to serve, and we're proud to protect and serve the state of Texas and work with our Border Patrol partners and certainly local law enforcement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Among the other numbers that the Texas Department of Public Safety has achieved just over the less than 1 month, they, through this operation, have seized more than 14 pounds of cocaine, more than 23 firearms. They've arrested 9 people who have been identified as members of gangs, seized almost $1 million in currency. And so this is just the beginning of what is going to be an onslaught unless and until the Biden administration steps up and does something about it. Next is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard, General Tracy Norris.
Thank you, sir. Sir, from the date you activated us on March 4th, within 5 days, we were activating the state active duty under the governor. Within 5 days, we had a number of observation posts and listening posts on the border in support of our Texas Department of Public Safety. Our role is to add eyes and ears to DPS as well as Customs and Border Protection in order to detect, identify, and recognize any activity, illegal activity that is going on, and call that into DPS and the Border Patrol and make it quicker for them to be able to react to where that event is. Our soldiers are using multi-sensor systems that are able to detect, recognize, and identify that activity. And sir, again, our soldiers have been not unfamiliar with the border. They've been down here several times and supported DPS. And I just want to thank the employers of all our guardsmen and also the families that support our guardsmen. I want to thank them for all of that they've done the last couple of years.
Great point. Thanks indeed, but also thanks to the members of the Texas Military Branch for being down here. We appreciate them.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have Brandon Judd, the president of the National Border Patrol Council.
Governor, thank you. I appreciate you inviting me to be here. My name is Brandon Judd. I'm the president of the National Border Patrol Council. I operate largely in a political aspect, but I also put on a uniform, and I go out and I patrol the border to try to secure the safety and security of the American public. I will tell you that policies matter. Without policies, we will have the problems that we're seeing today. I want to thank the governor, first and foremost, for allowing Texas DPS, and I would call on the governors of our other border states. New Mexico, Arizona, and California to also step up to the plate and assist in this issue. Problem is we wouldn't need governors like Governor Abbott if the federal government would do their job. Because policies matter, and if we continue down the road that we're going to continue to see these numbers increase, and the safety and security of the state of Texas will be threatened, and the safety and security of the entire country will also be threatened. If we continue to allow people to cross our borders illegally, to be released into the United States pending a hearing sometime down the road, we're going to continue to see this problem rise. We must look for the solutions. And if the Biden administration wants to say that the Remain in Mexico program was inhumane, then he needs to look for a solution. You cannot get rid of a program that worked and was very effective and not replace it with something else. And that is, in fact, what the Biden administration did. There are solutions that can be had. If we were to set up courts to adjudicate these cases, then we would give relief to those individuals that deserve relief under U.S. law. We would also send back those individuals that are coming here to game the system, that never have an intent to leave this country, regardless of whether they receive an order of deportation. We can solve this issue and we can solve this problem. And by solving the problem, we can release Texas DPS to do the job that they were supposed to be set up for. But if we don't, then we're going to have to call on governors like Governor Abbott. And thank goodness Texas does have a governor that's willing to step up to the plate when the federal government fails. So again, Governor Abbott, I appreciate the time. I appreciate what you're doing and the resources you're devoting to an issue that you should not have to solve.
Thank
Federal
you.
government should
And
solve.
thanks to the men and women of the Border Patrol.
Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Yes. Please speak up a little bit. Sure.
We don't arrest anybody for crossing the border illegally. We arrest smugglers, and there are been smugglers that we have arrested. As the governor talked about, over 16,000 IAs or illegal aliens became in contact with them. Those were referred to the Border Patrol. We did not maintain them. There's no state immigration violation. Smugglers, yes, we charged with them. Drugs, as the governor talked about, marijuana and cocaine, we made arrests on those particular things. And stash houses where we have a smuggler. And of course, he documented 3 incidents in terms of we had sexual assaults on children, underage children that were coming here illegally and no doubt was exploited and will be continue to be exploited. Those are the majority of the type of criminal violations that we came in contact with that period of time. As for the duration, it depends on what happens on the ground. As they come and Border Patrol is swamped, I mean, the governor's made it very clear that the Department of Public Safety, the National Guard is going to be there to support them. And we'll be continuing operations in that regard. The one thing that shifted from the last time that the governor had a press conference is Del Rio sector. It became the number 2 sector in Texas, and that's never happened before. We've had those types of numbers. So we got the call from not just the sector chief, but from the sheriffs. I know Representative Morales was very concerned about that area. So the governor had us increase our tempo and resources within the Del Rio sector as well. I can say that when we do that, we move to 12-hour shifts, make sure we cover 24/7. We bring resources outside. So hope that answers both your questions.
Let me add some additional information because you did bring up one other topic. I want to make sure you understood the answer to. You mentioned special interest arrest. I don't know if you were intending by that, but that is a term that's used that deals with people who come from countries with ties to terrorism. Is that what you were referring to? Sure. So we had discussions about that in our meeting before we came down here, where the discussion was that, yes, in fact, there have been people who are called special interest arrest, people who are coming from countries with ties to terrorism. And that's one of the extreme dangers that we face And the people who are special interest coming from terrorist countries, they're not the kind of people who are going to walk up and turn themselves over to the Border Patrol or to DPS. They're the type of people that the cartels get a whole lot of money for to try to sneak through the gaps while the Border Patrol is occupied dealing with the children that they are dealing with. And that's exactly why the Biden administration needs to step up and explain to his fellow Americans that there are terrorists trying to get into the United States across the Texas border, and the federal government has to step up and do something about it.
There
May I
is,
jump
but
in
we're
real
not,
quick?
Sure.
we're not
So-
discussing.
So Minority Leader McCarthy, he highlighted this issue just a couple weeks ago when he was down on the border, and he learned that there were several individuals from special interest countries that had been arrested. I personally have arrested people from all over the globe, whether it be Poland, Russia, Bangladesh, Brazil. We deal with people that come from all over the world. The politicians want to make this an issue of Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, and it's just not. We get them from all over the world, and that's why it's so important that we have Texas DPS, because as the cartels continue to flood us with unaccompanied children, as they continue to flood us with family units, it takes our resources out of the field. And if it's not for the Texas DPS to plug those holes up, that the cartels are creating artificial gaps in our coverage. And if it's not for Texas DPS to plug those holes, we would have a lot more coming across into the United States.
Go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
On that baby that you mentioned about who rescued him and what happened to him.
Yeah, why don't we?
Trooper, why don't you
Wait.
take the mask off? And here's a microphone. I think
He was the one involved in it.
A younger, much better looking version.
So just tell him everything about what happened.
I had established a lay-in position and seen the smugglers bringing approximately 6 people across on a raft. I gotten a little bit more brush on me, and the raft had gotten into a tree, just on the other side of a tree that had cane in it. I heard splashing and ayuda, ayuda from a distressed woman. Once I have night vision on at this point, I climb into a tree and see that this woman is hanging onto a tree branch with the baby in her arm. The baby is in her arm and the water is going over the baby. So I got above her, kind of fell in, grabbed the baby, held the baby like a football, and helped the woman onto a tree branch. Positioned myself back on the tree and then walked out. I got up to the bank, and on the picture that you've seen, I start rubbing the chest of the baby because the baby wasn't moving at that point. Finally, seen that the baby started moving, started crying, and handed off the baby to a ranger, and then helped the other 5 back onto the bank.
And Border Patrol knows about what happened to that baby.
That baby was turned over to Border Patrol Resources, but that was a family unit. That was a woman and child. Most likely, because of the age of the child, most likely that those 2 individuals were released into the United States.
Go ahead.
Governor, Adolfo Muñiz with Spectrum News 1. What comment do you have about the fact that the Biden administration says that they are returning 80, 70 something percent of the migrants back to Mexico? And this question also goes to the Border Patrol Council. Is that alleviating anything? How is that affecting? Is it true? What's not true about it?
All I can tell you is that we see increasing numbers of people coming across the border. I can tell you the words that were used by the Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas himself, and that is, this is an unprecedented number of people coming across the border, the most in more than 20 years, and we're just getting going in the process. These numbers will continue to increase because the Biden administration has established open border policies, making it clear that they are going to allow people to come in, and making it clear that we have thousands of people in locations across just the state of Texas, whether it be in Carrizo Springs or in Midland or in Dallas or now on military bases. And so as the numbers continue to increase, it is clear there's no slowing down in the number of people coming across the border.
So to answer that question, you have to take a snapshot in time. And if you go back to inauguration day, yes, it was probably close to 80% of the people were in fact being expelled under Title 42. But then you had an explosion in the numbers, numbers that were absolutely unprecedented. We've never seen these types of numbers of unaccompanied children before. And then you had the carve-outs for Title 42. And of course, you started to see even more people. Axios, which generally tends to be on the liberal leaning, Axios fact-checked President Biden and said in the week that he gave his press conference, it was only about 13% that were being expelled. So again, you have to take a snapshot in time. You have to look at what are the current conditions and what are the drivers, these pull factors. And no, we're not expelling 80% of the individuals that are crossing the border today. If we're lucky, if we're expelling, or if 40% of those people that are crossing today are actually being removed. We're lucky.
We have had reports of people, stating that it looks like these traffickers are taunting, in a sense, border patrol agents and also DPS. Has there been any plans or any communications with the Mexican government to kind of do something about it?
So there's been no communication with the Texas government and the Mexican government. There are communications, obviously, between the federal government and the Mexican government. I don't have that information provided to me, but I do know that the federal government and the Mexican government communicate all the time about this. Yes.
Two questions for you. One, we know actually from the numbers that the majority of families with young kids are being released, or largely being released in towns like McAllen, like Brownsville. Those are the cities on the front lines of this. And as we've been talking to them, they've been doing a lot, like trying to make sure migrants are tested, quarantined if they have COVID, so that they don't travel to other parts of Texas and the rest of the country. They are ensuring those folks are cared for when they're here. They say while DPS is helpful, they could also use resources like social workers to help deal with these families that are coming here traumatized, and resources like those hotel rooms. Are you planning to provide any additional resources of that nature to some of these towns where these migrants are primarily being released? And my second question is, we've heard from some reports from some migrant families about the situation at the Azal Lewis Bridge. There are some folks that have been spending 2 to 3 days there in that processing or intake area. Wanted to get comment on that and any information or insight you or any of your folks here.
I'll let somebody else take the second question while I answer the first question. And that is, there are well-defined organizations that are in charge of responding to each type of situation every step along the way as people come across the border illegally. The organizations in charge of providing the level of assistance that you're talking about at the local level, those are organizations, those are NGOs associated with ORR, if you want a whole bunch of 3-letter alphabet soup names, but you know what they are. It's the ORR, the federal government, the Office of Refugee and Resettlement, that they are in charge of paying for and organizing all of the non-governmental based organizations to provide the assistance that is needed at the local level. They're the ones with the federal funding to provide that assistance, and they have the job to do it. One thing that we have seen is the Biden administration was completely unprepared for the large number of people coming across the border because they were completely unorganized with their own federal agencies. The Biden administration was unorganized with the Federal Health and Human Services, with ORR, with the NGOs that collaborate with ORR. And they are just scrambling, even having to rely upon military bases to put these children on because they were so inept in getting this organized to begin with. But that is the federal government's job. And that's one of the many things that we're saying they need to step up and start doing their job. Whether someone wants to answer the second part. Yeah.
So look, I appreciate that question. We have to have an open and honest conversation if we're going to solve this problem. If we do not have that, if all we're doing is taking short little quotes and running with those, we're never going to solve this problem. I don't care whether you agree with me after we have all the facts out. The truth of the Ansel Lewis, what we call TOPS, it's a temporary processing center. Individuals are not supposed to be held there for more than 8 hours. If they're held there for any more than 8 hours, they then get transferred to one of the other facilities, most likely Donna, because that Ansel Lewis is only supposed to be for family units or unaccompanied children. They'll then get transferred to one of the facilities, most likely Donna. We don't hold people at tops for more than 8 hours, so that's just not true. Oh, we experience a large number of people at Ansel Lewis all the time. It just depends on how many people cross. I mean, there's literally on the trails, there's literally signs that point them to go to the actual processing center. So people that come across the border, they know exactly where to go because the signs point them there. But talking about taunting, it was Paul Perez and I, we both had the 18 senators out on the border, and we took them to known smuggling routes. And this was about 1 o'clock in the morning. And when we got to one of the known smuggling routes, there were actually smugglers across the river that had higher powered spotlights than the flashlights that we gave the senators for that tour. They were in fact taunting the senators. They were telling the senators things that I can't repeat for the camera, but they were telling them where they could stake it. They were telling them that they were going to bring people no matter what we did. They were going to continue to bring people, and we've continued to see that.
Two more questions. Sorry, two more questions.
Do you have an update on what you mentioned, Dallas, in interviewing the children and investigating drug cartels? How do we interpret that? What's the latest update on that?
Well, man, I can't give you any numbers right now, but yeah, clearly we're doing that with everyone we come in contact with. So we'll have some numbers later on, but they're really reflected in our investigations.
How do Texas Rangers, I guess, go into investigating whoever has assaulted or abused a child?
Well, I'll use an example as one of these stash houses we talked about. When we identified an individual that was holding, 4 illegal aliens in that stash house and had been charged with and outstanding warrants for him for the sexual assault of two girls under the age of 13. Well, at that point in time, an interview was followed up. Is there any evidence? Okay, we used an example. The governor gave an example in terms of the cell phone with pornography on another smuggler that had a young 14-year-old that he had sexually assaulted. So it's all the normal things we do in the interdiction and protection of children that troopers are trained to identify on the highways that are criminal conduct associated with pedophiles and sex traffickers. And the troopers do the same thing. They just translate it down here. And one of the second parts of that is Rangers following up on that, or a DPS special agent following up on. And I would want to say one thing on the taunting. There's no law against taunting, by the way. Okay, so we don't get our feelings hurt that the cartel members taunt us. We get taunted on this side of the border. Okay, so that's not a big deal. Yep. Yes, in fact, we bring the special operators in, whether they're a SWAT team or whether they're Ranger Recon, but they're part of our special operations group. This trooper came from Bowie, Texas, out of Wichita Falls. He's on our special response team out there. And we identified through intel locations where the cartels were exploiting those gaps. And we do locate them. They think he testified or talked about, have NVGs at night. And we have him in low light. He was in a low profile situation, try to identify cartel members coming across and interdict them as they come across. So the answer is yes, and we'll continue to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are fighting for freedom of speech at home and across the world. Please welcome Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Well, hello there. I am delighted to see you all. I look forward to CPAC every single year, seeing friends, being with happy warriors and fellow conservatives. I absolutely love it. This year is no different, but I'm going to tell you something that is different this year. And it's not just that we're all wearing masks and we have COVID-19 compliments of China. It is that we have a bunch of radical liberals in the White House, the House and the Senate, and they are determined to radically change this And it is very evident in the area of free speech. They are determined to take away your free speech and the First Amendment. Now, here is what the First Amendment actually says. Congress shall make no law. That is an order, shall. They can't do it. They cannot make a law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for the redress of grievances. First Amendment, most important amendment. If they take that one away, you can be certain they are going to come for your Second Amendment rights. And they're going to go right on down the line. This is the core of the cancel culture. Quite frankly, they want to shut you up, take away your ability to talk to others, and cancel you. Now, I bet if I asked for a show of hands, how many of you have lived with being blocked or shadow banned or throttled or censored? I see a lot of hands going up. You know, we all lived through it in this election, didn't we? I've been through it too, but nobody has been hit by this like President Donald Trump. First, they decided they were going to fact check him, the leader of the free world, and then they were going to block him, send a message, and then they were going to temporarily ban him. Then they were going to permanently ban him from Facebook and Twitter. The leader of the free world. But if you go on Twitter today, the supreme leader of Iran, Xi Jinping from China, Putin, and other despotic leaders, they are on there spewing their hate, their vitriol. They have not been fact-checked or banned that I can find. But us conservatives, we have had to put up with this. Big tech, big media, and the Democrats are never going to stop trying to silence us, but they don't realize we are going to fight back. And even though Mark Zuckerberg says that Facebook works more like a government than a company, they think these guys, they all think they're the gods of the Silicon Valley or the masters of the virtual universe. They are so brazen. This week, we even had Democrats in the House send letters to cable news providers and streaming services saying that they needed to shut down these conservative outlets like One America News and Newsmax and Fox News because they were giving differing opinions. They were guilty of robust, respectful political debate, giving two sides of the story. So they wanted to shut them down. See, they are pressuring media outlets to cancel conservatives. But I don't think you all are going to let them do this, are you? I think not. And I have to tell you, this is more than content moderation, which is what big tech likes to say they're doing. Just making certain people are polite. This is about controlling what you see, hear, and say, thereby what you think and how you vote. The left is telling you to submit or they will cancel you. Conform or they will cancel you. Sounds a lot like communist China, doesn't it? The Chinese Communist Party during COVID, they locked people in their apartments, cut off their communication with others, wouldn't let them travel around China, but you could go anywhere else in the world. China carrying out human rights violations against the Hong Kong freedom fighters, Tibet, Taiwan. They've got the Uyghurs in slave encampments, internment centers. Look at what they do with the economy to American innovators. They rob, replicate, replace. They steal your intellectual property. They create it themselves, and then they replace you in the marketplace, taking millions of American jobs. They're trying to steal the minds of our children and our college students with Confucius Institutes and classrooms. This is why we have to keep blocking Huawei, which is the spy network for big tech. They're trying to build a virtual you online. Thank goodness President Donald Trump understood China. He understood this, and he was standing up for the United States because China is trying to cancel the United States of America. China and big tech, they have a cozy relationship. And they have been allowing the Chinese Communist Party to spew all of their information. I can't find anywhere that they've been censored or blocked or banned. Big tech is aiding and abetting the Chinese Communist Party in their push for global dominance. And we are going to have to stand against it. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? And my question to you is, are you all ready to fight back against big tech, against big media, against censorship? Are you ready for the fight? All right, that's great. What we have is the Virtual You Protection Agenda. Let's start with online privacy. Big tech, this is what we will say to big tech. You cannot track, follow, listen, data mine, or share your information with a third party without getting your explicit consent. It is your privacy. When it comes to Section 230, and you've heard a lot about Section 230, haven't you? When it comes to censorship, they cannot come in and remove you, remove or block you or throttle you without telling you explicitly why. And to big tech, we say, we're going to take away from you these Section 230 provisions, and we're going to save them for little tech, the new entrants in the marketplace, so that we have choice and options. Dealing with China means we have to bring our manufacturing back to the United States of America. We have to continue to support what President Trump was doing to hold China to account. We have to end these Confucius Institutes so that they cannot steal the minds of our college students and spread their soft propaganda. We have to continue to block Huawei. Thank goodness President Trump did that. And make certain that their spyware is not getting into your electronics and networks. And on the First Amendment that is the most important amendment, it is we, the people, that are going to have to stand up and tell big tech and big media that enough is enough. We are going to have to tell them we will not stand for them to cancel conservatives. We will not stand for them shutting us down on social media. We will not stand for them ending conservative and religious TV programs, music and entertainment that is enjoyed by, we know, at least 74 million hardworking, tax-paying Americans. So it is going to be up to us to stand up for that First Amendment, to make the point that we, the people, treasure that right to worship as we please. We treasure that right to speak our mind and have an opinion. We treasure the ability to meet, to peaceably assemble like we are doing here today. And we treasure our right to petition our government. And on that, I will say, Nancy Pelosi, let's get the fencing and the wire down and away from the U.S. Capitol. You know, it is important that we have robust, respectful political debate. But in order to keep this in this country, in order for us to have the ability to defend the Constitution, to defend our rights, to vote for the candidate of our choice, it is imperative that we continue the work that we in the U.S. Senate started with President Donald Trump, and that we stand up to China, that we stand up to big tech, and that we continue to protect the Constitution and all of our Bill of Rights. Are you with me? Are you ready to go to work? All right, let's go fight to make certain we protect the Bill of Rights. Stand up for freedom. Thank you all. God bless you.
Welcome to Our Freedom Media Group, where freedom is real. Experience all our platforms for yourself now at www.ourfreedommg.com. Tired of restrictive social media platforms? Join Our Freedom Book. Tired of selective video upload and crowdfunding sites? Join Our Freedom Tube or Our Freedom Funding. With features that include live streaming, video calling and messaging, plus a 24/7 friend finder with map geolocation, American-owned and made in the USA. We're a place where your freedom of speech will be honored. Exercise your right on a secure social media platform without bias, censors, or bans, where your ideas can compete on a level field. If you're looking for a site that doesn't fact-check you and send you to fake jail, a site that cancels cancel culture, then Our Freedom Media Group is the freedom you've been waiting for. Sign up today at ourfreedommg.com, where freedom is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a set of curated speeches tackling the left's assault on free people, how government, big tech, and media are colluding to deprive us of our humanity. From the Ben Ferguson Show, please welcome Ben Ferguson.
So I come bearing great news. I just got word while you've been in here that Mitt Romney has been banned from Twitter. I got bad news. It was only his fake account. It's not his real one. Just his fake account. My bad. My bad. We are under attack if you are a conservative. If you are a conservative, you're on social media, you are to be banished. You cannot have an opinion. Now, you would think this is something that normally happens in places like Venezuela and like Ayatollahs that would be banned from Twitter, from being violent, from saying terrible things. Yet somehow I'm sure that Assad will be able to tweet this afternoon, or his friends, about what happened there last night, because we protect that free speech in America more than the free speech of conservative Americans, just like each and every one of you. This genuinely may be the most important panel of this year, because there's so many conservatives that are being silenced. There are so many conservatives that are a threat to big tech. And we know that this White House is not going to protect us. And we know that Mitt Romney is not going to protect us either, unless you have a fake account. So what we've decided to do today is do something that I think is really, really important, and that is to break down what we have to do. Where are we safe? Where can we go? If you've spent a decade, like I and many other talk show hosts, building a platform on places like Facebook, to realize that now you can't reach any of your followers. When you have other brands that you worked on that have nothing to do with politics and they threaten to shut them down. True story. I have a barbecue restaurant that they have threatened to shut down. I promise there's nothing political on there. but is connected to me and my name. So therefore, we're going to hurt you, your businesses, your small businesses. We're going to destroy conservatives. We're going to make sure that you don't exist on the internet, which is kind of important to be able to reach people. They've already canceled us from everywhere else. So what do? Do we run? Do we fight? And where are we safe? So is there a safe place for conservatives? Well, my first guest that is going to come out and talk to you guys is a man that said several years ago, we got to find a safe place for conservatives because they saw it coming. You could see that they wanted to silence us. A founder, a CEO that started something called Clout Hub, where you have a safe place as a conservative, where you will not be banned for what you say. Pretty nice idea, right? We're the United States of America. We're supposed to have free speech. I want you to hear from this founder, Jeff Brain, who's going to talk to you about phase one of what we have to do to fight and how we fight to get our voice and our message heard. Give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, all of you. Glad to be here. Donald Trump, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Steve Bannon, Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani. What do all these individuals have in common? Not only freedom fighters, but they've been banned and deplatformed from social media. Of course, you don't have to be the President of the United States or America's most famous pillow maker to be censored. Raise your hand if you have personally experienced censorship on social media. Raise your hand if you have recently had your followers reduced from Facebook or Twitter. Big tech has become Big Brother, and your privacy has become their currency. And in their quest for profits, your mental health has become irrelevant. They have us focused on things that don't matter and limit what we see in order to impose their values on us. They have declared war on our freedoms and freedom-loving Americans. And that's why in 2018, I decided to create Clout Hub. Now, what is Clout Hub? And thank you. What is Clout Hub and why is it different? Well, we promote thought and debate. We don't police it. We protect your privacy. We don't sell it. And we put your mental health above profit. We actually used neuroscience consultants to make sure our platform is healthy to use. But even more than that, what we're doing is we're redefining social media. Today's social media is really about, look at me. I got this many likes, this many followers. It's not benefiting society. We are using the power of social media to bring people back together and enable them to connect, collaborate, and influence the issues that impact your lives, your communities, your freedoms, society, and our country. We're the first ever social media platform specifically created for engagement on the civic, social, and political issues that you care about. There are many challenges facing society and our country today. It's no longer enough to be on a platform where you merely just post in exchange for likes. We need to be on platforms where we can actually engage, organize, mobilize, and advocate for the issues that are important to us. We give individuals and organizations the tools they need to successfully engage, to hold leaders and our decision makers accountable for their behavior and their decisions that they make, and return power to we the people to reclaim control over our lives, our social media, and our government. Imagine if you read this morning that Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram all merged together. That is actually what Clout Hub is. Clout Hub is an all-in-one, convenient platform that enables you to do everything you want on one platform. We have groups like Facebook. In fact, Walkaway recently came over to Clout Hub after they were banned from Facebook. In the state of Florida, you have Defend Florida, an organization that's now working to take back communities and government. And they will be spreading across the United States with Defend Arizona, Defend Michigan, Defend California, and they are doing that on CloudHub. And we encourage you all to come to CloudHub, form your groups where you are safe to organize and mobilize. We also have a public forum like Twitter. We have channels with many of your favorite personalities, Steve Bannon, Mike Lindell, RSBN News, Real America's Voice, Wayne Dupree, and many more. In fact, CPAC just recently added a channel to CloudHub. We also have video sharing, like YouTube, and a newsroom where you can see uncensored news. In the near future, we'll be adding a civic hub. We'll be adding, these are some of the tools that we'll have where you can actually engage with your legislators. In the civic hub, you'll access your federal, state, and local resources and legislators and decision makers. We'll be adding a faith hub where you can share and grow your faith. We'll be adding a private hub where you can, like Facebook used to be, where you talk privately with your friends and family, felt private. We'll be adding a business hub, an education hub, an entertainment hub, a sports hub, and a business hub. You can see we're not an alternative to Twitter, we're much more. We're connecting you to all the elements that advance your life and society. Now, we are a platform for everybody. Everybody is welcome. But already, General Flynn, Katrina Pearson, Dr. Gina Loudon, David Webb, John Solomon, Kevin Sorbo, Bernie Carrick, Wayne Dupree, Tracy Beans, Rudy Giuliani, Pastor Greg Locke, and as of yesterday, Paula White are getting involved. And they're getting involved not to post, but to help us change the world. They're ambassadors for us. They're actively engaged in helping grow our platform. Clout stands for influence, and that's what we're looking to give you. I don't know what drives Mark Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey, but we're here to empower you. Particularly this group, after what happened recently, should be engaged on CloudHub. So I would, these some of the ambassadors that are involved with us. We have about 30 of them, all that you would know. But I would encourage you, if you support free speech and believe that social media should become a force for good and a place where we can organize and take action, not just do, but take action and start to solve problems again, I encourage you to join us in the front lines of this revolution. Pull out your phone right now and join CloudHub. Download our app to ensure that you won't be the next victim of cancer culture. Make CloudHub your platform for civic engagement, debate, and organizing with other freedom-loving Americans. Share it with your friends. Help us create a new future for social media that empowers we the people to reclaim control of our lives and our country. Thank you very much.
So the question is, do we concede ground and run away from anywhere? Hollywood is a place that many have said, get out of. I just say get out of California, but that's for different reasons. Am I right? And by the way, if any of you are from California, God bless you with your recount, because it's going to be, that's what I'm talking about. I would have bet against it, I'm not going to lie, but I figured, I mean, especially when people are like running from the state, I'm like, well, all the conservatives are leaving, you aren't going to get the signatures, and you did it. Well done. So the question is, what do we do when it comes to Hollywood? How do we fight back? Because I'm a fighter. I don't like to concede. But how do you even get in there, right? How do you even infiltrate Hollywood that hates and despises us? There's a man that's going to come out here right now, a director and a producer, who understands Hollywood and big media and what conservatives need to do. Please give a warm welcome to Robbie Starbuck.
Hello, CPAC. How are you guys doing?
If you don't know me already, I started out as a director producer in Hollywood. I've directed Oscar-winning actors, actresses, and some of the biggest music stars in the world. But in 2015, I came out as a Republican, the most unforgivable crime you can commit in Hollywood. And then I endorsed Trump, which they didn't know that you could do something worse than come out as Republican, but that was it. That was not a very popular thing to do. But I would do it all over again a million times if given the chance, despite losing 85% of our business in that first year, and my little girl being called a racist because her Cuban dad was conservative. You know, and I would do it over and over again because this country gave me the opportunity to stand up. And that's something that a lot of people lose sight of. There's people in China and in Cuba who don't have that luxury. So I will stand up every single time. So today I am here to stand up and tell you that I am critically concerned about the relationship that big tech has with the Democratic Party and government at large. It doesn't stop just, you know, on the base level of, oh, there's censorship. If you pull a layer back, you'll see that at each one of these big tech companies, they are actually hiring people that have worked for the Democrats. At Twitter, their comms director worked for Kamala Harris as her press secretary. At Instagram, theirs used to work for Michelle Obama and Hillary Clinton. And at Facebook, theirs worked for Barbara Boxer. The list goes on and on. I could be here my entire time slot if I kept going. To make matters worse, there's people in Congress who actually endorse their silencing of you. And not only that, they believe it should go a step further. They want there to be a social credit system because then you'll be so afraid to state your opinion that you'll hold it back for fear that your business will be destroyed, your access to the platforms will be destroyed. This is why we need to acknowledge as conservatives that we are in a culture war and we are losing. And if we want to win, we need to acknowledge that fact. Culture is an important question. They recently had Joe Biden on CNN, and they did something that I never thought CNN would do, but they asked him about the Uyghurs in China who are being raped, tortured, and children are being kidnapped, forced to praise China as their mother and to praise communism as their savior. They asked Joe Biden about it, and he said it amounted to a mere cultural difference. I don't think that more disgusting words have ever left the lips of an American president. And it was at that moment that if you didn't already know that he was not an American president, that was the moment where you should have known he was China's first president of America. And why is that important? That's important because our own culture is shifting. So if he can discredit that to just a mere cultural difference, what will the leader of the Democratic Party and Democratic Party at large do when our own culture shifts to a point where, I can give you an example. Recently, a lawyer at PBS, yes, PBS, where they make children's show, a lawyer there called for Republicans' children to be put into re-education camps. So what happens if our own culture shifts to that point where that becomes acceptable? I think we all know the answer to that. And that's why we have to fight back. So I want to praise the people who are doing it right. People like the Daily Wire, who just hired Gina Carano after she was fired by Disney and Lucasfilms. Ron DeSantis and Josh Hawley, who are fighting through legislation. And now to all of us, what we need to do, we need to put the pressure on our AGs, our state legislatures, our congressmen, congresswomen. We need to pressure our governors to go ahead and bring that fight the same way that Ron DeSantis and Josh Hawley have, and people like Matt Gaetz, who's following after me. Our biggest donors need to match them with funding because we are not going to be given a seat at the table by these people in Hollywood. It is never going to happen. We have to build our own pillars of culture in academia, publishing, music, film, all around. And I'm not talking about something that's narrowly attractive. I'm talking about something that's broadly attractive to everybody because that's how the left got here. They used subtlety to change the minds of children, reaffirmed it at college, and then the kids came home hating the values their parents had raised them with. We can't allow that to happen for another generation. So I am calling us all to action. You know, Ronald Reagan once said that we had a time for choosing. And I'm saying that we have a time for choosing again. If we want this party to survive, we need to go back to his words. Reagan once said that we face the greatest enemy in man's long climb from the swamp to the stars, and that if we lose that war, that in so doing, we would lose this freedom of ours. He then said that history would record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to stop it. We need to make sure that that's not how history records us. He went on to tell a story about a Cuban refugee and two businessmen, where the two businessmen were listening to the refugee tell his story. One businessman turned to the other and said, "We don't realize how lucky we are." And the Cuban turned to them and said, "No, you don't realize how lucky I am. I had someplace to go to." And in that sentence, he told the entire story, because this is our last stand. This is freedom's last stand. If America falls, freedom falls. And so we all need to double our efforts. We all need to double our efforts and make sure that we left nothing on the table, because this is a fight worth having. This is a country worth saving, and freedom is something that should be a human right. And we are the fighters who need to ensure that the next generation has it. This country is what makes possible for my own mom to come from Cuba, going into the unknown, leaving the only home she'd ever known after it was stolen by communism, only able to bring one item with her. She brought a doll that was passed down in the family, and that doll, its head was smashed in by a soldier. And I say that because I want you to know that that's what leftism does. It steals everything from you. And so this is our last stand. I hope you join me in fighting for freedom. That's why I'm able to stand up here. That freedom in America is the reason I can be here and say that I am running for Congress in the state of Tennessee in 2022. Thank you, guys. And lastly, I just want to say that this is my last remark. Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, a wave of lions is coming in 2022. We will not allow you to get away with what you've gotten away with anymore. You fight for the establishment, we fight for the people, so get ready, because you are going to have the biggest fight on your hands that you two have ever had, and that goes for everybody else in big tech. Thank you, guys.
Well said. So we got a little, I wish you guys could see backstage because we have way too much fun back there. We have a side bet right now. You might want to get in on this action with whoever's sitting next to you. There are two people back there, and the bet is who's going to make a bigger headline. There's a guy by the name, you may have heard of him, Charlie. Yeah, that guy. By the way, I know Charlie because right now Charlie's grinning real big right now because he's looking at another guy named Matt Gaetz. Yeah. And they're comparing applauses right now, but really the side bet is who makes bigger headlines today. I have a feeling it's going to be a tight one. You guys get your side bets, little action down here. So let's talk about government for just a moment. I have been asking myself this question for a couple years. Where the hell has my government been protecting my free speech? Where the hell is my government that is making sure that my words aren't being deleted? Where are they? The guy who's coming out next, Matt Gaetz, knows a lot about government. He's going to chat about that. Give him a big warm welcome.
Hey! I haven't gotten that good a warm welcome since I was in Wyoming. My fellow patriots, don't be shy and don't be sorry. Join me as we proudly represent the pro-Trump America First wing of the conservative movement. We're not really a wing, we're the whole body. We're the main attraction in the greatest show on earth. It's our ideas that fill the stadiums with cheering fans. And while the establishment owns the think tanks, we're the ones doing all the thinking in the populist movement as conservatives. Turns out populism is popular, and everyone can see who the fakes and the phonies are and where we could find the real deal. A year ago at CPAC, I was the first Republican in Congress to swear off donations from federal lobbyists and political action committees. Their money is no good with me. Now, I can't say I started a movement. Not a single other Republican joined me. But it turns out I was ahead of the curve because the woke corporations turned around and canceled us. Many Fortune 100 companies will not donate to pro-Trump Republicans. Some have even pulled their sponsorships of this conference. American business should be worried about business, not wokeism. We gather here today in the shadow of Disney, a corporation that recently canceled its own founder, Walt Disney. Look out, Mr. Potato Head, you're next. I'm sorry, I think now he's going by Potato X. Can't be Mr. Potato. And see, to me, the whole concept of the Mr. Potato Head was you could move the parts around. I mean, Mr. Potato Head was America's first transgender doll, and even he got canceled. So while I stand alone in the House Republican Conference in my rejection of PACs and lobbyists, I am never alone when I stand with you, the great people of the greatest country that has ever existed. Now, unlike the left and even some Republicans, the America First movement will never sell out to foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. Our citizens come first. Sorry, not sorry. Now, I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. I'm a banned man in the state of New Jersey. The governor literally said I was unwelcome. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. But every day I'm a Florida man, and it is good to be home. Florida's like an amazing woman. Adventurous, beautiful, mostly sunny, sometimes a little crazy, and always here to encourage and support success. By contrast, New York is like a bad ex-husband. Mean, won't let you go out to dinner. You're less safe, financially spiraling downward, and they may kill your grandparents. Now, the fake news media and their allies in Silicon Valley made Governor Cuomo out to be some iconic cross between King David and Tom Brady. What a big lie that turned out to be. According to former aides, Governor Cuomo was offering to replace staff meetings with strip poker. Meanwhile, they were stripping Granny out of the COVID ward at the hospital and tossing her in the nursing home, just enough time to infect everybody and then go back to the hospital so that deaths could be recategorized for politics. How about freedom for young and healthy people, learning for students, opportunity for entrepreneurs? How about we ditch the lockdown governors like Cuomo and Newsom and Murphy and never ditch the American way of life and the American spirit? Now, speaking of all this bias, it was awful the way the media treated Ted Cruz. I mean, the left and the media were more worried about Ted Cruz going to Mexico to spend his own money than they are about the caravans coming through Mexico to take ours. The greatest threat to our liberty is big government, and the second greatest threat to our liberty is big business. And there is no bigger business than big tech. The flow of digital information impacts every aspect of our lives. If we win the debate but lose the internet, ours will be the last generation of American greatness. They'll open the borders, lock down our businesses, and squelch even the faintest whispers of dissent. And here's what I don't get. Leaders in both parties have no problem flooding the deserts of the Middle East with American cash and American blood over the mirages of democracies potentially emerging far, far away. But they won't lift a finger here in our country to do what is necessary to preserve our republic, and that is to ensure access to the digital world for everyone, regardless of their politics. Elon Musk calls Silicon Valley sanctimonious valley for a reason. And the terms of service on Twitter can never be more important than the values that undergird our Constitution. We need more than a legalistic definition of the First Amendment. We need a culture of free speech in America. Now, when big tech and big government team up, America starts to look more like China. And the Chimerica dream is shamefully a nightmare for our people. All technology means is doing more with less. When big government fuses with big tech, government only becomes more efficient at acquiring and centralizing power. Tyranny with greater ease and lower cost. Bill Clinton famously joked that China's attempt to control the internet would be like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. It turns out the Middle Kingdom has done even more nailing than the 42nd president. They even send their spies to nail some of our politicians. Conservatives rightly rail against the evils of socialism, yet the China model perhaps embodies something more dangerous, and we're heading in that direction. A captive capitalism, a corrupt linkage between business and government that enriches the elites and reduces the rest of us to interchangeable parts, just producers and consumers. And we should never let the virtue of disagreement and debate go away for the ease of clicks and memes. We were promised that technology would disrupt and democratize power. But what happens when all of the technology companies ultimately get the power and the government all at once? There are no checks and balances when they can control, alt, delete anyone for any reason. Now, in China, this means that the government assigns people a social credit score, where you live, where your children go to school, professional opportunities, access to government programs. It all depends on what government and tech think of you. Just look at what's happening in the Biden administration today, a revolving door with Twitter, Facebook, Google, Amazon executives rolling into the government to create a unified system. And maybe we would feel better if government was getting big tech's brightest. Sadly, we're not. Listen to how things have changed. Prior to social media in Silicon Valley, the most significant investor and customer was the Department of Defense. Our best minds worked on bombs and radar and stealth, often in partnership with DARPA. Jeff Bezos' grandfather was actually the number 4 person at DARPA. But as commerce moved online, the incentives for focused digital talent moved too. Today, America's sharpest minds are focused on memes, not munitions, likes, not lasers, ratios, not robotics, and hyperviral, not hypersonic. So are these social networks really making us stronger, safer, or do they just further addict us to our vices? Instagram for vanity, Twitter for wrath, Uber Eats for gluttony, and Tinder for lust. We need a renewed patriotic nationalism in America. In technology, that means let's get our best team together and go whip China. And in politics, it means let's get our best team together and go whip the establishment. Speaking of people who ought to lose primaries, if Liz Cheney were on this stage today, she'd get booed off of it. What does that say? The leadership of our party is not found in Washington, D.C. You are the energy. We are America. That's why they're in the 8 square miles of Washington, D.C., and we're here in the Sunshine State of Florida. Now, Trump may not have drained the swamp all the way yet. So if you want to finish the job, maybe hire a Florida man. We've drained swamps before. We faced down the alligators and the pythons and the lizards and mosquito as big as grapefruit. America needs real fighters today, maybe now more than ever, and we must win, for we have a country to save. And so come fight with me. Go to mattgaetz.com, join our America First movement, and let's go get them.
We almost played you off stage, but we didn't want to censor you, brother. We didn't want to censor you. He may be the only speaker that gets an extra 4 minutes. Give him a round of applause. I feel like these notes in my hand from that I got here, a guy named Charlie Kirk, he's back there. I feel like we should auction them off. I feel like we should auction these off for a kid to get a scholarship next year. So maybe at the end we might be able to do that if I can approve and get that done. I tell you what, social media is important, and the proof of it is the man that's about to come out here. A man that figured out the algorithm to inspire and connect young conservatives in this country to stand up and not be ashamed, especially on college campuses. We know how bad college campuses are. We know how hard it is to be a conservative. I remember meeting literally at CPAC, 20, 21-year-old, and I'm a young guy, Charlie, and they were like, he's starting this new thing, and it's going to be called Turning Point, and they all the people around had matching clothes on. How many of you remember that, right? They were showing we're here, and they're like, they're going to build this thing. I was like, dude, if this happens, this could change college campuses nationwide, and guess what? It did. Please welcome Charlie Kirk to the stage, my friends.
나갈 때 보니까 사람들이 이렇게 막 여유 있게 나가더라고요, 사람들도. 한번 생각해 보세요.
It is, it's an honor to be with you guys today. You might be saying, what on earth is Charlie wearing? What kind of tie is this? This is a 1990 Rush Limbaugh tie. And I thought, what better place to honor one of the greatest Americans, quite honestly, ever to live than at CPAC. Let's just remember for a moment the legacy of Rush Limbaugh. I mean, he impacted my life. I know a lot of people here had their lives impacted by Rush Limbaugh. I was honored to be able to call him a friend the last couple years, and his generosity, his commitment, his wisdom, how relentless he was to defend our country, never betraying his audience. And my goodness, did we lose a legend last week. So let's give it up to Rush Limbaugh and his family, an absolute gift to our country, Rush Limbaugh. Rush was a fighter for free speech. We talk a lot about free speech. We talk about the importance of the First Amendment. However, sometimes we as conservatives stop short of protecting freedom of speech where it matters most. So I'm going to ask you a question. Which is more powerful, Google or our federal government? Now, we as conservatives are taught to answer that question automatically by saying the federal government. Now, I'm not doubting that the federal government has power. The federal government can imprison people. They can audit you. They have the power of the law. However, if that were to happen, you at least get some due process rights. You're supposed to get representation by an attorney. You're able to sue your government if they do something illegal to you. What happens if Google comes after you? What happens if Google decides to digitally assassinate a certain person, like what we saw happen last month? They can wipe away the existence of an idea, of a human being, of a political movement instantaneously. So I understand lots of conservatives are hesitant to talk about challenging big tech, hesitant about challenging Menlo Park and Silicon Valley. But we as conservatives should not become corporatists. We as conservatives should ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a conservative? First and foremost, we are here to conserve God-given liberties and freedoms. We are here to protect the family, our country, the American way of life. And when a group of people in a concentrated area controlling trillion-dollar companies decide to impose a viewpoint that is completely contrary to the American way of life, and then we say, well, we can't do anything because they're a private company. Excuse me, as soon as you have 200 million users and 93% of all search results, you're not the local flower shop or the local coffee shop, and you shouldn't be treated as such. And we as conservatives must be very clear. If you do not support breaking up big tech or challenging big tech, you are not a conservative, you are a corporatist. You see, the founding fathers were very worried about the centralization of power. I love limited government. But why do we love limited government? We love it so that we can live lives as we see fit. The founding fathers loved liberty. They believed liberty was given to us by God, not by government. But the founding fathers never imagined that a small collection of companies could potentially be more powerful than our own government. Google is more powerful than our government, and there is no check and balance against them. People say, start a competitor. Well, then they'll wipe you out like they did to Parler. People say, well, what harm has Google actually done to the country? Well, besides addicting our children to their smartphones all day long and destroying the humanity of an entire generation, besides censoring different political opinions, even beyond that, they have the potential power to obliterate any political movement. And we saw it with one of the most grotesque and dangerous acts of political interference in American history. 1 month out from the election, Hunter Biden's laptop, that story was given to the New York Post. Anyone who tweeted about it, anyone who posted about it, immediately had their account suspended. Just look at the New York Post. We have now given the entire future of American politics to basically 2 or 3 companies. And so what's the solution here for us as conservatives? What does this mean? Well, number one, we must identify the problem. And I'm going to just say something that needs to be said. Any Republican that takes money from NetPAC or from Google should leave the Republican Party. Any Republican that is funded by Google has no place in the Republican Party. We, as conservatives, must treat donations that you get from Silicon Valley like we treat donations from Planned Parenthood. We would never put up if a Republican came on stage here and said, oh, I'm financed from Planned Parenthood. Then why do we tolerate big tech companies financing our lawmakers? There are 2 governments in our country. There's the federal government and the government of Menlo Park. The ability to process and share information is critical to the future of our civilization. For all the lawmakers that are passing through here, or for people that want to win elected office, there are 2 things that conservative grassroots care about more than anything else. Number 1, restoring election integrity in our country for fair and free elections. And number 2, it is challenging big tech. It is giving us the ability to speak freely on social media. We should never take a default position just to defend corporations. I love free enterprise. That's why I want to challenge these corporations, because they don't. They are not believers in capitalism. They're not believers in free enterprise. They use technology, and they use our own slogans and our own phrases and our own books against us as an excuse for us not to challenge them. So in closing, I want to say this. We as conservatives are very careful about identifying existential threats, and we should be. Because we as conservatives believe the biggest problem in your life is probably you and your actions. That personal responsibility, self-discipline, is inherent in being a good citizen and leading a happy and full life. But if we do not challenge these big tech companies, if we are not serious about the threat that they pose to our livelihood, to spreading information, or in some ways not spreading information at all, then we will live in a country where every state is like California. Now, this is why Ron DeSantis is a phenomenal governor. Why? Because the states need to rise up against these tech companies, as Ron DeSantis did. So for every Republican attorney general out there, sue these tech companies now for platform access, for monopolistic practices. We, as conservatives, have more power than I think we realize. We have purchasing power, we have consumer power, and we must, in a variety of different ways, make sure our lawmakers do not take money from these corporations, push back against their pattern of actions, and be unafraid to entertain ideas to liberate the marketplace, empower real entrepreneurs, because the digital age is upon us. And if we do not have free speech or first freedoms, then we're all going to live in a country that is unrecognizable. And I believe if we do that and restore integrity in our elections, we're not just going to win a little, we're going to win big, and we're going to win for the next couple decades. Our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Well done. We're going to call an audible here. This was not on the program, and it is something that I am genuinely excited, and I want you to hear the message you're about to hear. There is a guy that's been described as the outsider, the Ted Cruz of the Republic of Korea. A man that saw elections change in his country. A man that saw the power of changing elections. A man that understood what can happen when you change how things are done. In fact, it's a man that warned in this country several years ago of what could happen if you decided to start altering and changing things. We decided to pull him up here because we thought it was important after everything that just happened in this country to talk about influence and how these things can happen and the warnings, because he is living through this right now in his own country. Please give me a warm welcome to Mr. Min, I should say, as he comes out, a former National Assembly member of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 안녕하세요. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the son of a houseboy who worked for American soldiers. My father was 16 when the Korean War broke out. He helped the soldiers with shining their shoes, doing their laundry, and cleaning. In doing so, my father learned English, and he was my hero. I dreamed of speaking English as well as he did. If my father saw me speaking today, he would be so proud of me. We all know of the American dream. In Korea, we also have the Korean dream. We call it a dragon rising up from the ditch. Growing up, we did not even have the bathroom in the house. Despite such difficult circumstances, I worked extremely hard and became a dragon out of the ditch. While my father was alive, I was his pride and joy. I graduated from South Korea's Ivy League Yonsei University and joined the major South Korean broadcasting network, KBS. I was Washington, D.C. correspondent and the main evening news anchor. I was the Korean version of Tom Brokaw or Peter Jennings. Following my career as a journalist, I was the presidential spokesperson for former President Park Geun-hye, and after that, I was elected to the National Assembly. So, what am I doing here? On April 15th last year, I lost in the general election. Just like President Trump, my loss was due to election fraud. I have since been fighting diligently against election fraud in South Korea. However, I was ignored by the leftist government, the mainstream media, and the judiciary, all dominated by current President Moon Jae-in. So last September, I came to DC and I engaged the American media, government, and the international community regarding the truth of election fraud. I even held a one-man protest in front of the White House, the Capitol, and at the United Nations headquarters to expose what happened in Korea. I warned, be aware or be next. I predicted that the November 3rd US presidential election would have strange statistics and that communist China would be involved in the election fraud. These predictions all came true. How could I do that? Because similar things happened in South Korea and to my own self in my district of Incheon. It was planned by leftists. Electronic voting machines were manipulated. CCP intervened, and early voting and mail-in ballots were manipulated as well. There's overwhelming evidence of election fraud, but let me share with you one thing from my district. There were 3 candidates in my district, including myself, and the ratio of ballot cast for in-district and out-of-district early voting for all 3 candidates were the same, 0.39. What are the odds? A famous South Korean statistician said that this is like throwing 1,000 coins in the air and all of them landing on the same side. Another eminent professor said that it was either God's work or it was fraud. Election fraud is the biggest threat to democracy. Many South Koreans were shocked that it had happened in the US. And we hoped that justice would be served for President Trump and the truth will prevail. However, it did not happen. I was sorry and the Korean patriots were sorry. But let's not be disheartened. Let's work together. During the Korean War, General Douglas MacArthur saved South Korea with Operation Chromite or the Incheon Landing. Democracy was saved and I'm grateful. 70 years after the Korean War, the democracies of South Korea and the US are again facing a threat due to election fraud. In order to solve this problem, an active collaboration between conservatives in the 2 nations is very much needed. Operation Chromite's odds of success were 5,000 to 1 against. Our efforts to expose election fraud and to defend democracy might be more difficult, but we cannot stop now. The memorial for Operation Chromite is in the district I represent, Yeonsugu-ul Incheon. I don't think this is a coincidence. The seeds of freedom planted by General MacArthur 70 years ago in Incheon grew in my father's heart and mind. And that made me fight for freedom. The son of a humble American soldier's houseboy now shouts, let's go together in this fight to preserve freedom and democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I told you it was going to be a good audible there. That was a good audible. So where do we go from here is the question, and how do we win this battle? Because I'm not going to concede, and clearly because you are here in the great state of Florida, you're not going to concede either. How do we win this battle against big tech? I go back to what the governor said this morning in the great state of Florida when he said, we're taking on big tech as a state. That is how we are going to win this battle. It's not going to be in Washington over the next 4 years. I can promise you that. In fact, we had many Republicans that did not fight to bring in and rein in big tech as they were going after many conservatives as we were yelling at them, to please help us out. And they did nothing but tweet about it, and they didn't pass any legislation to stop it. It's a problem in this country. First of all, I mean this when I say this to every one of you. You know when you see those posts on social media of people that you like and you agree with, share them. We have to get back to grassroots. It's no longer good enough to see it. It's no longer good enough to like it. You have to help spread the word because the algorithms are against us. We know that. Second, find out who your local elected officials are that represent you at the state legislatures and go talk to them, because right now, that is how we are going to beat big tech in this country. They're the ones that are going to have to rein in big tech. They're the ones that are going to have to do exactly what Governor DeSantis said we are going to do in the legislature in this state. That is how we win. And finally, make sure that every friend and family member you know does not keep giving their money, their time, their information to companies that disdain our values. Why do we continue as conservatives? Because I will say this, liberals do it better than we do. They vote with their dollars and they make sure they don't give money to anybody they disagree with. And we, for far too long, as a conservative movement, continue to give our dollars for convenience to organizations and people just like Amazon who say, hey, we're going to take down places like Parler. And we have to stop doing it in this country. We have got to protect freedom of speech. We have to make sure that the next generation of conservative, and it's fun to be here being a little bit older. I came to my first CPAC, I think, when I was 17. We have got to make sure they even have a place to have an opinion that disagrees with the big tech and what the liberal media tells them they have to agree with. We have to have a place for them to fight, protect, and defend this country's freedom of speech so that they don't grow up in a society where they can't say anything at all. God bless you guys. Thanks for supporting CPAC. Thank you for coming out. And we'll see you next year.
What are you doing? Need a box and a shipping label?
No, I missed the sign-up period for my health care. So now I need to make it to next year without getting hurt.
Did you look into Liberty Health Share? Sign up any time of year.
No, I didn't.
Didn't think so.
You've seen the radical left pushing their agenda in Washington. Socialism, amnesty, censorship. But in the states, quietly, these radicals are pushing a power play that would give them more power. Forever. The left's National Popular Vote campaign would let liberal cities on the coasts pick the president every single time. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact would shred the Constitution. The leader of the group bragged to the New York Times that it's a way to get around the founders' design. And what about election integrity? A national vote could require a national recount, but the left's National Popular Vote plan doesn't allow it. But it does set the stage for a complete federal takeover of elections. Goodbye local control. To win now, it takes a broad coalition across the country. But National Popular Vote would open the door to regional parties and spoiler candidates, making it easier for socialists to win. Defend the Constitution. Stop socialism. Stop National Popular Vote.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, big tech is for sale. China and Russia are buying. Please welcome our panel. From the Buck Sexton Show, Buck Sexton. From the Hudson Institute, Rebecca Heinrichs. Former U.S. Acting Attorney General, Matthew Whitaker. And our moderator. From the American Conservative Union, Katie McFarland.
Children.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for all being here. This is where we get the really serious, wonky part of CPAC, which means you do not immediately now head for the doors. Look, China, Russia, big tech. What could possibly go wrong? You know, if we'd had this conversation 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, we wouldn't have thought, well, that's a problem, right? Russia, we beat Russia during the Cold War. They're finished. China, as even Joe Biden said a year ago, hey, man, they're not going to eat our lunch. They're our friends. They're not competitors. And we would have all happily turned over every bit of our personal information to Amazon, Google, Facebook, you name it. But here we are, and the world is a very different place. And we now have a pretty serious conversation to have. I want to start with China. You know, China's plan, and they've been quite open about it in recent years. 10 years ago, they weren't. Now they're very open about it. They plan to replace the United States as the dominant world power, economically, technologically, militarily, politically, diplomatically. Their original plan was to do it by mid-century. They've pulled up the timeline between the pandemic and the election of Joe Biden, who they know will be very soft on China. They've now pulled up the timeline. They think they're going to get there within the decade and maybe within the next 5 years, and they might. The next issue, though, is Russia. Russia, we thought they were gone. They were done. They can't compete as a serious world power. What did Barack call them? Barack Obama? Oh, some regional third world power, basically. Well, the Russians are back, and the Russians are back in the cyber technology, but this time it's different. With Putin, it's personal. I mean, Putin saw the collapse of the Soviet Union. He blamed the United States. He blamed the West, and so it's payback time. He knows he can't compete with China or even the United States, but what he wants to do is be a spoiler. He wants to muck around in our elections, and he wants to hack into the American technology and in every other thing. So he's a problem, but it's a personal problem. But then the final thing is big tech. You know, three months ago, we all thought they might have been our friends. And now it's cancel culture. They've deplatformed people. They are becoming political adversaries of free speech in the conservative movement. So with that, I want to just turn to our experts. And I'd like to start first with Buck Sexton, who's going to talk to us about the Russia threat, and then Rebecca Heinrichs about China, and then our former Attorney General, who's going to tell us about big tech. And we're going to ask them all, what are we going to do about it? So Buck, would you like to take off?
So I would ask that you think about how you view the success of the Russian information operation in 2016. Because most conservatives think about this in the context of it was wildly exaggerated, it didn't change the election, and that's all true. But there's also a follow-up to that. Russia was actually more successful in 2016 with the pretty minimal hacking that they did in terms of the election and Facebook and all the things you know about than they ever could have really imagined. When you look at the cascade of effects that came after that, and yes, this is only possible because of the Democratic Party and the Russia collusion hoax. KT, you could speak to that in more detail than I can, having been closer to that, and the way the Democrats turned this into a weapon. But what Russia was able to do was create the grounds for one, a 4-year-long story that they still cling to. I mean, you will see people on news today still who say that Russia collusion was real, that it still happened in some capacity. Collusion's not a crime. We didn't say conspiracy. They play that game. But also, you have the beginnings of big tech now in full-out censorship mode because of the 2016 narrative of Russia hacking the election And all the people, the Democrats, woke folks on the left, decided something must be done about this to stop it. That's actually the justification for why people like me, even, and many others at this conference, are being censored on social media. It all goes back to that 2016 hacking. And then when you add to this that Putin right now, they actually just put Navalny, who's the most well-known critic of Moscow and essentially anti-corruption crusader, they sent him to a penal colony. That was just a few hours ago, that was reported. So that's what you don't want to have happen. Russia now, and we can talk about some of the specific platforms they use, is in a position where they can say, if American political tech, or American tech rather, can be politicized to squash dissent on effectively a partisan basis, why can't we? Think about the precedent that has been set. Think about the layers here. You had 4 years of Russia collusion nonsense against Trump. Then you had big tech weighing in. And now you have actual autocrats around the world saying, if Twitter and Facebook can block conservatives from having speech, guess what we can do in Moscow? And I haven't even gotten to the fact that they're still more skilled at hacking than the Chinese, although the Chinese are a bigger threat. But I will leave it there.
Pretty scary. Rebecca, what are the Chinese up to?
What I'd like to do is start off by saying, why do we talk about China and Russia? Why are those the two big countries we talk about most? And that is because when you think about the threats to the United States, you think about what is the country's objective and what is their ability to carry out that objective. And of those two countries, China, as KT said, has the desire, the will to replace the United States as the global superpower, and now they have the greatest ability to carry that out, economically, militarily, and then tech. And I'm going to talk most about that third basket. Russia, still a very serious problem, doesn't have the same kind of engine that China has economically. They have a lot of nuclear weapons, and so they are a serious competitor that we care about greatly, and they have the desire to undermine the United States, but they don't have the engine and the ability like China has to carry out just the amount of destruction that China can to undermine the United States and replace the United States as the global preeminent power. Why does it matter for the United States to remain the global preeminent power? Because the country that has the biggest economy and the biggest military and the most alliances and partners is going to be able to put our fingerprint on things like trade, and on things like travel and commerce. And we know, certainly as conservatives and as Americans, that the United States has the moral high ground there. We want to put the United States' influence on things like trade and global business, et cetera, and commerce. And so we have to fight for that. Now, that means militarily, it was Donald Trump. It was the Trump administration that said, enough is enough. The United States is going to have our lunch eaten, Joe Biden, if we don't do something about it, and it's going to happen by the Chinese Communist Party. And so what does that mean? It means we have to start competing. And it was the Trump administration that really oversaw this seismic shift and helped the United States to take the Chinese threat seriously. And so we have to put money into our military to make sure that we are deterring Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific. We want to stand with our Taiwanese partners, great contributors to the free world, our South Korean allies, our Japanese allies, our Australian allies. And we want to make sure that we are able to make good on our security commitments to them and that China can't push us out. That's the military piece. Economically, that's why we get into trade, a trade war with the Chinese. But on tech, the Chinese want to use technology to censor and to steal. Remember those two things, censor and steal. That's how they do it. And so they do it by having these 5G, it's the next generation technology abilities of fast speed internet. Again, the previous administration said we have to have clean network initiative. Our Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, was the face of that. He said the UK can't have their Huawei, and we can't deal with these other technology companies, Chinese companies, and 5G networks. It has to be clean, and we can't let them take our data and take our allies' data as well. And so you have to have clean network technology. So it's going to take a federal level. We can't let ZTE and these other companies steal the United States' information technology, and we can't let them censor the United States. And so those are the big things. It's going to take federal level, state level. We've got a great example here in Florida. with a state representative that KT knows well. Her daughter is a state representative here, introduced a piece of legislation to make sure that Floridians have to concede, they have to agree to have their data handed over to technology companies, to take ownership of their own technology. So it's going to take federal level work, state level work, and it's going to take individual. This is my last point. You individually have to care that your data is not being sucked up by the Chinese Communist Party and by big tech. You have to care enough because they can muscle us out, but they can also win by our acquiescence, and that's something that we can't do. So look and see what technology you're using. Do not buy commercial technology and drones off the shelf that are made in China. There's no distinction in China between the private sector and the military. They take all of it and they apply it, put it in artificial intelligence and quantum
computing
to sift through all of that information data and weaponize it against us. And I will leave it at there to continue our discussion.
Well, I think that leads pretty easily. It's great. So between the two of you, we're now on the big data and big tech, and are they the enemy?
Yeah. Well, obviously, how many people here have lost followers on social media recently?
Oh.
How many have lost 10,000 plus followers on social media? I know both KT and I have experienced that when the purge happened on Twitter, and the same thing happens on Facebook. And big tech is not our friend, and they are too powerful. They are too ubiquitous. They are too important. And I know that all of us here could talk for hours on this subject. But the real thing that I want to leave you with is it's not just losing followers. It's not just not being able to communicate. I mean, our First Amendment rights obviously protect our speech in the public square. But right now, Twitter, Facebook, and other social medias are controlling and regulating your speech. I think inconsistent with American values, quite frankly. I think American company that doesn't allow everyone to speak, no matter if you, in fact, I think most of us grew up and believe to this day that I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it to the death, quite frankly. That's not what big tech's about. Big tech is now manipulating data and thereby manipulating public opinion and elections by what you see and how you see it. As much so as how they study the color of the background to see how effective and persuasive messaging can become. We are being manipulated beyond what our brains can comprehend. That's not even the scariest thing, my friends. The scariest thing that I've seen, and then many of you have iPhones, and your iPhone reminds you sometimes, do you want this app you're using to use your location all the time or only when you're using it? Well, if you've seen what's behind it, which I have, and I'm sure several of you have, that data and that location data is now being anonymized and sold to see the behaviors of individuals. But if you anonymize location data at someone's house, there's only 2-3 people that live in that house. And then you can follow that little dot. And I've seen it done to the extreme where they followed a terrorist until he was eliminated by his cell phone location data. Because one of those apps, and you have lots of apps on your phone, follow you everywhere you go. And so that power that we have now given and we don't control is the scariest thing as I look at what our future holds. Because like this title of this panel says, KT, that data is for sale and it's being bought by people that don't like us very much. Not just marketers, not just people that want to sell you things, but countries that are hostile to our interest and the American interest. And so I wish I had better news. As a former acting attorney general and a proud supporter of Donald Trump, I wish I could tell you that in the 4 years we accomplished a lot, and we did. But on this front, I fear that big tech is winning. Because with the Biden administration and their stance towards big tech, I don't think they're going to fight back on your behalf. And I don't think your ability to speak freely about how you feel about current events and issues of the day and who you support politically, I don't feel like those rights are going to be protected by this administration. So what does that mean? That means what we always have to do. We have to regroup. We have to stand for something and then convince others, changing hearts and minds, knowing that we are up against a massive mountain. But I think it's possible. I think we are seeing with this bill that's in Florida, and I think a lot of the individual personal information protections that we could see both move federally and then the states, I think we can take back some of the control, not only of the content that we create, but the personal information that we don't even know we're giving up. So I'll turn it, it's gonna be a great discussion, so I'll turn it back over to you, KT,
and let's go at it. Okay, so Buck, you're in the media world hours a day on the radio and television. How do you stop it? I mean, are the Chinese everywhere? Because it just seems like they're in our media, they're in our economic institutions for sure. They're at the Confucius Institutes. I mean, can you stop it, and should you stop it?
I think it's fascinating when you look, we're talking about Russia and China, and Russia is clearly the secondary concern, despite what you may have seen in the media for leading up until now, of course. But the Russians are very good at hacking. The Chinese are very good at stealing enormous amounts of data through cyber, to the point where I think you would have to say that you'd go back to the era of the Soviet Union, you'd go back to the KGB and some of their efforts, and this dwarfs that. Because back in the day, as you know, KT, you needed to have somebody, pretty much, who got access to documents, who carry them out. Now we don't even know the full scope and scale of how much is being stolen. The way I describe it on radio with the Chinese specifically is that this is civilization shifting level knowledge transfer. And it's the kind of thing that you don't necessarily understand the full ramifications of it until all of a sudden you realize whose fifth generation fighters are better, who's building a few aircraft carriers after not long ago. China doesn't want a blue water navy. Who remembers that? That was the smart analysis. That analysis was wrong. There's a lot of places now where you look and see the Chinese are actually out ahead of us technologically. We talked about quantum computing, 5G, where are they, where are we? And how do we stop it? Whereas the Russians come in, smash and steal, the Chinese coerce and co-opt. The Chinese Communist Party has very, very deep pockets, is incredibly sophisticated, and you see this in the way that they use college campuses, for example, and people that are doing innocuous research projects, things along those lines. How do you stop it, KT? That's the question you asked. The first step is a wake-up call, I think, for the country that I believe Donald Trump started. I'm not sure we're fully at the point yet where people understand how pervasive this is. But when NBA superstars will certainly say whatever they want about American politics, but will say, oh, I've got nothing to say about China, that brings it into the popular mindset. How powerful is this country that our globally recognized celebrity ultra-millionaires are afraid of crossing them?
Yeah,
That's
self-censoring. They're self-censoring.
Of course, they're self-censoring, and the access to the Chinese market for even the most powerful companies and corporations is too powerful at this point for us to expect any of them to put American interests first.
You know, Charlie Kirk said something I thought was really interesting. Don't expect Washington to go after big tech, because big tech's in their pockets, and they're not going to do it. You have to do it at the state level. But what's the prospect of that? I mean, can 50 individual states say, we want big tech out of our lives, we want China out of our lives? I mean, Matt, you know, talk me through that one.
There's a lot we can do with the states, and I hope that we have not completely given up on electing courageous individuals that are willing to advance the things we care about. So I'm not yet willing to give up on the fact that we can elect members of Congress like Matt Gaetz or you know, senators you know, that are willing to do the people's work. And if they're not, then that we should question our whole very being. But I think in the near term, I think you're absolutely right. I think state legislatures around the country are going to have to lead on this front. And you know, but it's always been, they've been the laboratories of innovation. And I think once, you know, the people speak through the states, then that will find the right regulatory scheme to take back some of this, you know, power that is contained in our data.
You said something really interesting, Rebecca. You were talking about the Chinese plan to replace the United States technologically. So are we still, I mean, we think of ourselves, right, as we're the technological superpower. The only thing the Chinese have is what they steal, and the Russians don't have much of anything. But are we really still the cutting edge of technology? Are we the drivers of world technology? Because, you know, technology drives the future. And if we're not there, then who has the commanding heights of technology?
In many of the key fields, we still are, but the Chinese are engaged in massive espionage. I mean, to steal our technology, to be educated in our universities, especially in these STEM programs, you know, the hard sciences, to learn what we're doing here. And of course, they're exploiting the American benevolence and kindness. We want to have this open system where they come here and then learn the American way. But that's not what's happening. They're coming here. The Chinese Communist Party has long tentacles that reach across the ocean. And so just because you have a Chinese national here studying in our universities, we want them to have a taste of the American dream. But many of these individuals are still members of the Chinese Communist Party and taking that information and that knowledge and going back and pouring it into their own fields.
What the heck are they doing with it, though? Okay, so they're stealing our medical information. They're stealing our personal data. I mean, are they designing biological weapons that will only affect America? I mean, what are they doing with all this stuff?
Well,
they're vacuuming it up like mad.
They're certainly eroding the commercial advantages that we have. When you look at some of the most valuable companies in the world, they're largely built on intellectual property. You look at the algorithms that run Google. You look at different companies, whether you're talking about aerospace and defense. I mean, clearly the military and intelligence applications of what they're doing that's a huge driver behind this. But they've also made commercial espionage something that is, again, on an unprecedented in human history scale. We've never seen anything like this before in terms of the duration as well as the actual sheer volume. And KT, I mean, you and I both know from the government side, it's hard to even understand how much of this we're catching, how much of this we're not catching, you know, a lot of companies they don't even want to admit when they've been essentially robbed by cyber.
So I asked a tech expert, the former White House chief information officer, I said, well, what about these companies? Why are they not protecting my data? And she said, you know something, KT? They found this easier to buy insurance.
Yeah.
And if they're hacked, then they have to pay the insurance out and they figure it out. It's much less expensive and much easier than for them to take all the steps they have to take to protect your data.
I got a nice little, I mean, I used to work at the CIA, which is why I think they put me up here on this specific topic. And I got a nice little note from the Office of Personnel Management in the mail saying that, they didn't say China, but it basically was China, got all your stuff, good luck.
I think they refer to it as a state actor.
Here's 6 months of identity theft protection. They robbed my government file. They know more about me than most of my friends. And I had, you know, some sort of a notification if somebody tries to buy a house in my name in Beijing.
And on that point too, KT, I think it's important to remember, and some of these Republican senators are putting these Biden nominees on the spot in their Senate confirmation hearings, which is great. And that is, they're saying, listen, are you going to treat American companies as American companies first, not these transnational, no loyalty to a set country? That's the problem. Over the last many decades, companies that got really rich because of our system, because of the system that we have that's great for ingenuity, great for business, that's great for transparency and accountability, all of those things, they forgot where they're from and who they owe their loyalty to. And they become these global companies. And so we have to get back to saying, no, all Google, Twitter, all of these companies, they owe it to Amazon. They need to be American companies first and foremost.
I want to go back to something you said, because I think it is far-fetched that the Chinese would take our data, release a pathogen or a virus on the United States, and then cripple our economy. I don't think that will happen in our lifetime. But in all joking aside, we still are the innovation capital of the world. You look at how we created the vaccines in record time.
Yeah, who would have thought? I mean, China sent it on the world and America cured it.
They had it before we had it, and they still haven't really produced an effective vaccine like we have. And so there's America is still the global leader in innovation. The challenge is exactly what the other panelists point out, and that is the Chinese understand that, and they want to be in a position that once we prove a concept, they can steal it. And so that's why things like Huawei routers, which you mentioned, need to be taken out of the entire U.S. communication system. Yeah, we cannot have a Huawei router in the United States. The 5G, the Chinese were very involved in development of the 5G protocol for the first time really in the world, sort of system of creating those protocols. And I think one of the reasons they were so involved was so that they could seed any network with an ability to take down the data that crosses that network. It's a scary time, and if we don't wake up, and if our leaders don't wake up, I think we're in for a long-term struggle against the Chinese.
Sleepy Joe's not going to wake up, by the way.
No.
The Chinese are going to get their way with it.
the bottom line of all of this is it's a wake-up call. It's, what is that, 2 minutes to midnight. We really have to, as a nation, figure this out, whether it's to break up big tech, whether it's to maintain the commanding heights of technology, whether it's to go after protect our systems as a national government or as state governments. But this doesn't go away. This only gets worse. And I fear very much politically with the Biden administration, hey man, they're our friends. They're not gonna eat our lunch. Guess what? They wanna eat our breakfast, lunch, dinner, and make us pay for it. Thank you very much for all of your time and attention. Thank you.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election rolls? Well, your Judicial Watch is in federal court right now fighting to make sure your elections will be fair and honest. Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
Want to catch the latest news on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse?
Remember there was an impeachment? Do you remember that?
Then check out Judicial Watch's weekly update with Tom Fitton.
We're fighting Adam Schiff to try to get records about his misconduct.
Subscribe now to Judicial Watch on social media to catch Tom Fitton's weekly update.
Forgotten Hillary Clinton. Judicial Watch exposed the Clinton email scandal, and we're in court right now holding her accountable to the same laws and rules the rest of us are expected to follow.
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the way forward. Unlocking our churches, our voices, and our social media accounts. Please welcome Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. I hope you're enjoying Florida. If you haven't moved here yet, I hope you move here for lower taxes, much better weather. So hope you're enjoying Orlando. So I just got in from Washington, and I want to make sure you're all aware of President Biden's new slogan: open borders and closed schools. As you may know, my colleagues recently voted for me to be the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. So you know what that really means. It really means that my Republican colleagues in the U.S. Senate, they have to hate me. Right? You have to raise $1 gazillion, and now you have to navigate all the infighting in the Republican Party. Sounds like a lot of fun, right? Should be pretty easy. So now many people are saying that my job is to mediate between warring factions on the right and mediate the war words between the party leaders. Doesn't sound like much fun. Well, I've got some news for you. I'm not going to mediate anything. Instead, I'm going to fight for our conservative values. I'm going to do it boldly, and I'm not going to apologize to anyone for what we believe in. I'm not going to, absolutely. I'm not going to spend 1 second going backward. We're going to look forward, and we're going to fight for our conservative values and principles, and we're going to do it boldly, and we're not going to apologize to anyone. Why do we do it? Because it's good for every American family. I will spend every day talking about how Democrats are an absolute mortal threat to our freedom, to our prosperity, to our way of life, to our families, and the future of the United States of America. We are going to go right at these radical left-wing fanatics every second. And we're going to expose them for exactly what they are. We're not going to stand down, and we're never, ever going to retreat. Now, let me make sure there are 3 things that are abundantly clear right up front. First, both of the impeachments of President Trump were nothing more than unserious political vendettas and political theater. This last charade should have been conducted at the other end of Washington at the Kennedy Center instead of the U.S. Capitol. It was a waste of time and money and was all about politics. Second, President Trump did something that has never been done in our lifetime. He stood up to all of establishment Washington and said no. No, I will not accept business as usual. No, I will not allow any bad trade deals that favor communist China and hurt American workers. No, I will not cozy up to Iran or back down from supporting Israel. No, I will not support unnecessary foreign wars or giveaways of American treasure or lives. No, I will not stop pushing for secure borders. And no, I will not accept your political correctness or the push to silence conservative voices in America. Now, of course, President Trump has flaws, I have flaws, we all have flaws. I've known him for many years. By the way, you can make sure when he speaks, or he'll probably call me tomorrow and he'll say, "Nice speech, Rick, except for that part about that he had flaws." You know that's going to happen. But look, it was high time for someone to go to Washington and say no. And I'm thankful and glad that President Trump had the guts to do it. Third, the Democrats control all the levers of power in Washington. And the new left no longer believes in any tolerance in the promise of America, that our nation was exceptional, or in the American dream. It's time for all of us to wake up to reality. They want to silence you. If they can silence a former president, what makes you think you're not next? They want to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your religious liberty. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to get you fired from your job. They want to get your bank to drop you. They want to make you unemployable in the future. And you know what? They've got a lot of friends in corporate America that are absolutely willing to help them. They don't simply want you to silence conservatives. They want to destroy us. And yet, in the face of this mortal threat to our nation, our very existence, some prefer to fan the flames of a civil war on our side. That's foolish and it's ridiculous. We have absolutely serious work to get done. We don't have time for that. Let's be honest. The Washington establishment breathed a sigh of relief when President Trump left town. There are plenty of people in Washington who are hoping that we can go back to regular order. Go back to where the Republican Party used to be. They want to retreat to a safe space. Look, we can go backwards. We can go to dial-up internet, we can go to flip phones, we can go to typewriters. This is absolutely not the time to go backwards. We have in front of us massive challenges and massive opportunities. I'm going to focus on the massive opportunities we have. We will not win the future by trying to go back to where the Republican Party used to be. If we do, we will lose the working base that President Trump so animated. We're going to lose elections across the country, and ultimately we're going to lose our nation. We're not going to let that happen. Now, let me paint you a picture of where our adversaries want to take this country. Let me describe for you what the price of failure is. If we fail, our children will learn that throwing a brick through a shopkeeper's window and looting the store, well, that's a mostly peaceful protest. The left will tell our kids it's actually the right thing to do because of the terrible oppression in this racist country. If we fail, how many selfless police officers are still going to be around to protect us and put their lives on the line once we've demeaned and defunded them? If we fail, our armed forces, they're going to use the politically correct pronouns that Pelosi asked them to do, but our military is going to cower in the shadow of communist China. Communist President Xi, he said he hopes for a win-win. Oh, there's going to be a win-win. Hunter Biden's going to win and get richer. And as communist China wins, it becomes the most powerful country in the world. If we fail to lead our country into the future, Democrats will lead us into the past, eroding our economy and our culture. And we will become another decaying example of socialism. Let me say that again. If we fail to lead our country into the future, Democrats will lead America into the past. They'll ditch capitalism. Even though capitalism has lifted more people from poverty to prosperity than any idea in American history. Calling someone a capitalist will become an insult. In fact, it already is on some college campuses. But don't worry, in their phony Washington-run utopia, Chuck Schumer will tell you what kind of work you're allowed to do. AOC will tell you how you're allowed to do it. Nancy Pelosi will tell you how much you'll be paid for it. And Kamala Harris will tell you how little you're allowed to keep after you pay your, quote, fair share. In a socialist system, politically incorrect thought can't be tolerated because truth can't be tolerated. So don't think out loud. Don't suppose you have freedom to worship or that the churches they closed down during the coronavirus are essential. Don't complain about men, women, women's sports. Don't think you have the right to bear arms. Like socialist dictators, our adversaries will confiscate your weapons. If any of this sounds impossible to you, you've got to wake up. This stuff's already happening. I had a reporter the other day ask me a typically uninformed question. He said, do I believe that in order to appeal to more voters, we need to moderate our values or compromise on some of our principles? My response, hell no. Just the opposite. I believe we need to start acting like we really believe our principles. America, with all of our shortcomings, is the greatest country in the world. America is, in fact, not racist. We need to stand up and say, our fundamental principles are not only right and true, they are the only ideas that work. We choose our children's education. We respect our law enforcement. We thank God every day for our freedoms. The American family is an idea that works. We believe family should be the center of our lives and is crucial to civilization. Religious liberty is an idea that works. But Democrat mayors and governors say you can protest, but you can't go to church. Our flag, that's an idea that works if we all respect it. It's why my father chose to put his life on the line and serve this country in World War II, and why I had the opportunity to serve in the U.S. Navy. Unlike many of the woke athletes in the NBA and the NFL, we stand for the flag. Why is our nation so divided? Well, our unique individual differences as human beings become divisions without our flag, our national anthem, and our unique American identity. Our nation's founders were brilliant men who designed a system that works. It's the best system of governance in world history. And the memories of the men who built it must be honored, and we'll never allow our history to be erased. We believe strong borders work. Individual responsibility works. We believe our children have the right to be born and go to the school of their choice. School choice works. Lower taxes work. The Second Amendment works. Funding our police works. Capitalism works. Standing up to communist China dictators, buying American, and shutting the door to communist Chinese products, you better believe that works. We believe that freedom, not socialism, is always a new idea. These are our principles, and we will never compromise or moderate them to appease anyone. We care too much about each of our families and our countries to compromise or appease. These principles can and will lead us to a majority coalition in America. Are we perfect? No, but we are free to repair our faults. And the conservative principles that beat in our hearts are the only ones that actually lift people to better lives and build a great and compassionate nation. But the left's so-called progressive ideology, that old broken down idea called socialism, has not only never worked, it has destroyed more countries, families, and lives than we can count. Venezuelan children are starving today. That's socialism. Refugees are risking their lives today to flee Cuba's squalid hospitals, rationed food, and relentless oppression. That's socialism. Communist China is jailing and murdering its own citizens today because they've spoken the truth about the Wuhan virus. That's socialism. Let me leave you with this. We have generations of young people who have effectively been brainwashed by the liberals who have captured our education system. They're now attempting to capture the boardroom of every corporation and even our military leadership. Many of these young people were not taught our real history in middle school, high school, or college. They think socialism is a cool new idea. Think about that. The most disastrous and discredited idea of the 20th century, an idea that always leads to poverty and oppression. They think it's as new as the iPhone 12. It's now on each of us to explain why the Democrats' old socialist plans are a coming disaster. We've got to explain why globalist socialism is destined to fail even more spectacularly in today's fast-moving world than it has in the past. That is what I'm going to fight for. That is what I'm asking you to fight for. Our battle to win the future starts today. In Washington, they're doing the opposite, looking backward and forming a circular firing squad. They are busy assigning blame and avoiding responsibility. You and I don't have the time to waste going backwards. The people in Washington have that covered. All we've got is us, the power of our ideals, and the truth. And that is plenty. Now it's time to get to work, making this great country better than it has ever been. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless this great nation. Have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Missouri Senator Josh Hawley.
How are you? Hello, everybody. Hello, CPAC. How are you doing? Didn't anybody tell you that you're supposed to be canceled? You didn't get the memo. You're supposed to ask permission before you came here today. It's great to see you. It's great to be here among patriots. And I tell you what, can I just tell you, speaking of being canceled, the last 6 weeks, the radical left, their corporate allies, the liberal media have tried to cancel me, censor me, expel me, shut me down, stop me from representing the people of Missouri, stop me from representing you. And guess what? I'm here today. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not backing down. Not a chance. Not a chance. And neither are you, am I right? You're not going to back down. You're not going anywhere. I just want to say to those people who say to us, oh, you're the past. Your moment has passed. It's over. It's Joe Biden's America now. I just want to say, we're not the past. We're the future. We represent the future of this country. We represent the next generation of the country. We represent what's coming next. And there is no way that we're going to back down. We're not going to back down to the woke mob. We're not going to back down to the cancel culture. We're not going to be told what we can say or do. But listen, we've got to be honest, and we got to face the challenges that are in front of us. And I tell you what, you know this or you wouldn't be here. You know that we are facing a crisis in our country. This is one of the great moments of crisis in American history. We're facing a fight for the republic itself, and we are facing an unprecedented alliance of radical liberals and the biggest, most powerful corporations in the history of the world. They are standing together. You know who I mean. People like Google, Facebook, have you heard of them? Twitter. These companies have more power than any companies in American history, and they're allying with the radical left to try to impose their agenda on this country. They want to run this country, and if we don't do something, they are going to. And we've got a word for that. It's called oligarchy. And that's what we're facing in America right now. And we've got a basic choice. We can have a republic where the people rule, or we can have an oligarchy where big tech and the liberals rule. And that is the choice. That is the challenge that we face today. It's a perilous moment. We have to stand up and take our stand on the Constitution of the United States and the Declaration of Independence. Because last time I checked, the Declaration of Independence said that our inalienable rights to life and liberty come from God and not from government. Is that right? I mean, am I forgetting something? And I also thought, last I checked, I thought that the Declaration said that our rights come from God, not from Google. Is that right? I mean, last I checked. But that's the fight of our time, to make the rule of the people an actual thing again, to restore the sovereignty of the American people. You know what? That's always been the fight. That's the fight of liberty. That's been the fight of liberty since the beginning of human history. You've always got a small group of people who think they know best, and they ought to be in charge, and they ought to be able to tell us what to think and do. And today, that's the big corporations and the liberal elites. That's the oligarchy. And what are we fighting for? It's the same thing our founding fathers fought for. We're fighting for the rule of the people. We're fighting to be able to have our own say. We're fighting to be able to run our own government. We're fighting to have real self-government in America. And that's what we're about. You know, you can see where the oligarchs want to take us. Just look at the last 2 months. The last 2 months, The big tech corporations have deplatformed conservatives left and right, shut them up, shut them out, shut them down. Heck, they censored the President of the United States. If they can censor him, they can censor any American citizen. And I've got my own experience with this, unfortunately. You know, on January the 6th, I objected during the Electoral College certification. Maybe you heard about it. I did. I stood up. I stood up and I said, we ought to have a debate about election integrity. I said it is the right of the people to be heard, and my constituents in Missouri want to be heard on this issue. And so I did what, by the way, I did what our Democrat friends, my Democrat colleagues have done in every single election where a Republican president has won the last 20 years. Do you know they've objected to 11 different states in certifications over the last 25 years, 3 different presidential elections? So I did that, and I said, I want to have a debate on election integrity. And what was the result of that? Oh, you know what the result was. I was called a traitor. I was called a seditionist. The radical left said I should be resigned, and if I wouldn't resign, I should be expelled from the United States Senate. Well, as I said a moment ago, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. I'm going to stand up for you. Because if we can't have free and open debate in this country, we're not going to have a country left. If we can't have free and open debate according to the laws in the United States Senate, what good is the United States Senate? Why do you send anybody to Washington at all? I thought it was an important stand to take. And for that, the left has come after me. They've tried to silence me. They canceled a book I was writing called The Tyranny of Big Tech. These people have no sense of irony. Still going to get published, by the way. It'll be out soon. Not long to wait. They did all of that. It didn't work. But listen, that's just a slice of what they've done. A lot of people have had it a lot worse. I mean, they made lists of Trump voters. You know this. You can find online lists of Trump voters so they could go and try to punish them. One outfit in Washington's keeping a list of everybody who ever worked for Donald Trump, including White House interns, to try to make sure they can never get another job in Washington again. I was struck by this story about a gal named Cara DeMoplin. She's a lady with a business online. She does a consulting on how to get babies to sleep. Now listen, before you say, what do we care about that? I've got 3 little kids at home, including a newborn. My baby Abigail, my wife and I welcomed her on November the 9th, so she's just over 3 months old. Thank you. So we're really interested in sleep. I can tell you, the Hawley household, we care about sleep. My wife knew of this gal, Cara DeMoplin, who had an Instagram online thing where she counseled people on how to get their babies to sleep. It was great. She had like 4 million followers. What happened? She supported Donald Trump. So what did? They came after her. Tried to shut down her accounts, tried to run her out of business. I just heard this morning, that a Christian worship leader at a church in this country who has worship albums he put out, he just got a call this morning from his corporate distributor, and they told him they're not going to distribute his next album. What was his sin? He supported Donald Trump in the election. This is what corporate America and the radical left is doing. This is what they're doing left, right, and center. And they're going to keep on doing it unless we do something about it. Now, the real question is, how do we get here? How do we get to this point that these oligarchs, these massive corporations in hock with the left can do what they're doing? And you know the answer to that. The answer is that the policy experts in Washington, D.C., and the elected officials there for decades on end have let them do it. They have given them the power. How did big tech get so big? Washington gave away the store. That's how they got so big. Washington subsidized Google and Facebook. Washington subsidized Twitter. And what are these companies, these other mega corporations, these multinational companies, what have they done to repay the favor? No, you know, they've shipped our jobs to China. They paid our workers poverty wages. They have violated all of the principles that we hold dear. That's what they've done. That's what these companies, that's what they live to do. And the left is just fine with it. Because the left and these companies together, these oligarchs, they can impose their agenda on the rest of us. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. So what are we going to do about it? I mean, that's the real question, isn't it? In this moment of crisis, our country needs us to take a stand. In this moment of crisis, our country needs us to stand up and to say, we will not be ruled by giant corporations and the liberal elite. We will not be told what to do by these modern day oligarchs. What we need is a new nationalism, a new agenda to make the rule of the people real in this country and give the people America back. Give it back to them. Give it back to you. No more rule by oligarchs, rule by the people. That's what we've got to do. And I can tell you how I would start. I would start by breaking up the big tech corporations. Just break them up. Break them up in the name of the rule of the people. For the good of the American people and our liberty, we need to break those corporations up and cut them down to size. You know what? The Republican Party, once upon a time, we were the party of trust busters. You know it? I mean, we invented the concept, basically. It's time to reclaim that legacy. It's time to reclaim that legacy. And not just for big tech, but for all of the huge multinational corporations that have sold us out to China, that have sold out our workers, that have sold out our jobs. They need to be broken up. And we need to have free, fair competition in this country again. That's what it means for the people to rule. We've got to stand up to China and not allow them to continue to push us over, to take our jobs, to cheat on trade. We got to put American workers first, not illegal immigrants. Can I just say, by the way, on that subject, just on the subject of immigration, you know, we get told all the time, oh, if you believe in a border, if you think that borders actually matter, if you think that citizenship actually matters, well, my goodness, I mean, you're a bigot. You're backwards. Can I just try to enlighten our liberal friends for a second? We believe in borders because we believe in citizenship. And we believe in citizenship because we believe in America. Citizenship, you know, where I come from in Missouri, I grew up in rural Missouri, small town right in the middle of Missouri. It's a working class town full of good folks working hard to make it every day. And I can just tell you, where I grew up, we believe in citizenship because we're proud of it. We're proud to be Americans. And when you come to America, you join a family. And in this family, we stick up for one another. We protect one another. We believe in one another. That's what citizenship means. That's why it's worth protecting. That's why we need a border. Do you agree? I mean, that's what it is. And we've got to resist the attempts of the oligarchs to divide us. You know, they will only succeed at the end of the day. They will only succeed if we do nothing and if we allow ourselves to be divided. You can see what their strategy is. I mean, we saw it this whole last year. We heard endlessly from corporate media, from big tech, from the left, how terrible our country is. We heard that we are systemically racist. You heard that once or twice? We heard that the real founding of the country wasn't in 1776, it was in 1619 or whatever. You know, we heard that America is founded in lies and evil. I mean, that's what we've been told. All of that is false. All of that is a lie. America is not a perfect place, but it's a good place. More than that, it's a great place. It's the greatest nation in the history of the world. And part of standing up to the oligarchs in tech and in the media and the liberals is reclaiming our history and saying it is good, and we are proud to be Americans. We're proud to have lived in a country that started with nothing and became the greatest country in the face of the earth. We're proud to live in a country that liberated slaves, that liberated a continent that was under the thumb of Nazi dictatorship, that rebuilt the entire world after a world war. We did all of that. This nation did all of that. And are we perfect? Of course we're not perfect. It's like your pastor says at church. Have you heard this? He said, have you ever been to a perfect church? The answer, I mean, I have never been. Maybe you have. The answer is no, of course not. Why? Because it's full of people. You know, every church is full of people. America's full of people, but it's full of good people. It's full of good people who continue to seek the light and continue to strive towards that more perfect union. And my friends, it's up to us to stand up and to remind our fellow Americans of what we believe together, of what we love together, and to tell the oligarchs who want to rule this country that their day has passed, that we are going to stand for the liberty that our forefathers fought and died for, and we are going to make it real again in this day. We can do it. We can do it. You know, it seems now in this moment like the oligarchs and their allies are so powerful, but the truth is that the strength of America is always in the unheard voices of its people all across this great land. That's the strength is in you. The strength is in us together. And I just want to close with a line I've thought a lot about, a quote from Daniel Webster, who in some trying years of his own that he knew, a trying time before the beginning of the Civil War, he used to end his speeches in the United States Senate by saying, "Union now, union forever." What he meant is that for those who said that America's time had passed, that the country was hopelessly divided, that it was irredeemable, sound familiar? He said, no, union now, union forever. I just want to say, my friends, America now, America first, America forever. God bless you. It's great to be with you. Take care. Thank you so much.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. This is about veterans as they see themselves.
This is one sick person.
There is a way to find justice.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I show you how to be happy in a hurry.
Absolutely beautiful.
We have a history. We should learn from the history.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The last samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello, American conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump, he's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are reigniting the spirit of the American dream with remarks by Donald Trump Jr. Please welcome Kimberly Guilfoyle.
All right, all right. Well, hello, CPAC. How are we doing, Florida? How are we doing, America? I have to tell you, I absolutely love the state of Florida. I mean, really, what's not to love compared to California and New York, right? I love this state. I love Governor DeSantis, and we all love all of you. And thank you for being here today and standing for conservative values and principles. Now, in the great state of Florida, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Well, not every day, maybe like 6 out of 7. Because I got to remind you of one thing, that Joe Biden, I cannot believe it still, is in the White House. But Joe did not disappoint, because just like we told you, he is leading from behind. From behind Kamala, that is. True story. However, with Joe Biden sort of bumbling his way through the first month, the reporters probably in the back of the room are trying desperately to write our obituary. But we are alive and well in this country. The press wants you to believe that the American conservative movement is fractured. They want America to believe that this movement is dead. News flash to those out there, we aren't going anywhere. It's the thousands of conservatives here today and the millions across this country who are not going to be silenced. And we are definitely not going to cede this fight to the socialists and the communists who want to see our nation burn. The fight for liberty, the fight for conservative values, and the fight for the heart and soul of this nation will not be abandoned. That fight continues right here and right now with all of us. And that's because the America First policies and programs, we're not going anywhere. This movement is not going anywhere. And I can promise you this, President Trump is not going anywhere. He is here to stay. That's the good news. We love President Trump, and I'll tell you, I will confidently say that President Trump from his desk at Mar-a-Lago will accomplish more for America in the next 4 years than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could ever dream of. That is because we are not giving up. The Republican Party is being reborn thanks to President Trump. It is being reborn as the party of the working class, of minorities, of hardworking American men and women. The party of America First, the party of President Trump. And we bid a farewell to the weak-kneed, the spineless, and the cowards that are posing in DC pretending that they're working for the people. Let's send them a pink slip straight from CPAC. What do you say? We tell them that America has no use for them, and this movement is leaving those cowards in the ash bin of history, and we will strive forward thanks to the courage, the policies, and the strength of President Trump. Instead, we will chart a new path, a path driven by bold conservative solutions, a path where we don't kowtow to the demands of the leftist mob, and a path where we are willing to stand up and fight for what we believe in and what we hold true. From California to New York, we will fight to take back this country. However, to do so, we must do three important things. We must demand more from our elected leaders and officials and those that are actually pursuing public office. It is not enough to just be, quote, Republican. That means very little when they get to Washington, D.C., and they don't perform. We're not interested in those type of politician empty suits. We want fighters like President Trump, warriors for this country, for America. And our movement must stay true to America first. As the Democrats scurry to re-enter the corrupt Iran nuclear deal and cozy up to China, we must understand that the survival of our nation is based on putting the American worker and the American family first. And finally, we must take our message into every corner of our nation. America first means all of Americans, all of us united together as a country. Our ideas, our conservative values, and the solutions that we champion are the key to lifting up everyone in this country. As a movement, our message must transcend party lines, socioeconomic lines, and cultural lines. As one America we put first. If we can accomplish that over the next 4 years, I can promise you we will be winning elections. It will only be the start of what is going to happen because, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come. God bless CPAC. God bless Madam Mercedes Schlapp and the entire team, your family, the military, the veterans, law enforcement, first responders. God bless President Trump, and thank you, President Trump, on behalf of a grateful and humble nation. God bless this country. And ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the son of the greatest president this country has seen, a leader of the warrior MAGA movement and conservative values, Donald Trump Jr.
Wow! How's it going, CPAC? Or I heard someone earlier phrasing it a little bit better. TPAC. That's what it feels like, guys. Well, first and foremost, it's awesome to be here. It's great to see this kind of enthusiasm, and it's great to actually be in a full room. Honestly, guys, what I see in Florida right now is exemplary of the Republican Party, right? This is a state, like the party is, that has open schools, open businesses, and open churches. What we've seen in some of the more left-leaning states is exactly the opposite. The only thing that they have open is open borders. And it doesn't work, guys. In the first 30 days of Joe Biden's presidency, all of the things that I said would come true in the book Liberal Privilege that I wrote last summer are happening. We listened to months of media telling us that Joe Biden, he's a moderate, don't worry. He's not going to end energy. He's not going to end pipelines, which is partially correct. He's not going to end Russian pipelines. He's only going to end American pipelines. The Russian ones are just fine. They're going to cave to China. No, that was never going to happen. Of course it happened. You think that billion-dollar investment in Hunter came for free? No, the Chinese have a great return on investment. But guys, more importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again? I would have. Oh no, guys, come on, the military-industrial complex, I'm surprised it took them 33 days. I guess they waited till the first month, so they couldn't say that was part of the first 30, but it was only shortly thereafter where we started bombing the Middle East. Speaking of bombing the Middle East, have you seen Liz Cheney's poll numbers? No, listen, the one thing I'll say for Liz Cheney is I'm sure she has a lot of bipartisan support because if there's one thing that she and Joe Biden definitely want to do, it's bomb the Middle East. Everything else is a disaster. Everything else is just rhino policies, the kinds of policies that put the Republican Party in a position where they needed a Donald Trump No, seriously. Liz Cheney and her politics are only slightly less popular than her father is at a quail hunt. What? Fact checkers, please have at it. Fact check true. Right? Listen, like I said, Liz Cheney, she hates Donald Trump and his policies because her family has a long history of friendly fire. But she also hates them because she's tied to an establishment that has done nothing but fail us time and time again. You've heard the rhetoric from some of them over the last couple of weeks, and now you've seen that change very quickly. Because if there's one thing the Republican Party has been really good at over the last few decades, is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They've caved to every special interest. They've caved to corporate America. They've caved and bowed to the radical left that hates their guts, hates their values, and hates their freedoms. Lincoln Project Liz, as I'd like to call her, is the leader of that failed movement. And if we want to go back to losing, if we want to go back to an America Last policy, we should be following that. But I don't, and I don't think anyone in this room does either. So, you know what, guys? The first 30 days has been a disaster. The lies the media told you wouldn't happen are all happening. But hey, at least they have a diverse cabinet. Right? No, yeah, it's very diverse. That's what we saw, right? What is the policy of the SBA? Well, first and foremost, we appointed a woman. Well, that's wonderful. Is she competent? Because there's competent women and there's incompetent women, just like there's competent men and incompetent men. We've seen that. We know that to be a fact. But when you don't have policy to address the incompetence and think you can get away with it by just talking about diversity blindly, it's sort of a problem, isn't it? This month alone, they've banned the Muppets. Right? I mean, if there's things that you thought were sort of above cancellation, you would be wrong. There is nothing the radical left won't cancel. Hasbro now wants a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head. These are the issues of our times, folks. I mean, if Hasbro really wanted a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head so badly, they should just slap a picture of CNN's Brian Sletler on the cover of their next potato. What? They don't call him Mr. Potato Head for nothing. I mean, you know, we might as well get something out of the branding. But guys, we can talk about all of these things. We can talk about the liberal hypocrisy, liberal privilege. Just look at how magically, in 33 days, children in cages turned into migrant shelters for children. Now, mind you, nothing actually changed. If you look at the pictures, there's nice bars on the walls. Nothing changed other than the media's outlook. Where is the outrage about this? Where is the outrage about an asinine immigration policy that is encouraging people to bring children, unaccompanied and otherwise, into a country? Guess who gets hurt? Our low-wage earners, who for the first time in modern history under Donald Trump started seeing real wage growth. We see it time and time again. There's a double standard by which we live, but when you look at what's going on, if people were informed of the actual facts, rather than spoon-fed a narrative by big tech and the mainstream media, we wouldn't be in these things. There was a poll that came out just this week that said 1 in 6 people would not have voted for Biden had they known about the Hunter Biden scandal. Yeah, where is Hunter? Guys, I'm sure he's making billions in China right now. Don't worry. Don't worry. One in six, guys, 17% of the 80 million that voted for Joe Biden, had they even heard of the basics of his corruption. We were all talking about it, guys. It wasn't anything new, but that also shouldn't surprise us. We've been talking about Andrew Cuomo sentencing Nana to death for 10 months. But no one was going to talk about it until they got their wishes. No one was going to address Democrat incompetence. We believe all women until they accuse a Democrat. Then, not so much. But guys, that's why we have to stay engaged. That's why we have to stay in the fight. That's why we can't allow them to steamroll us like they have done for decades. When you look at what's going on just this week in Congress, you have Democrats petitioning major corporations, Comcast, Amazon, to ban conservative news outlets. Not radical parties. Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, just ban them. You don't see Republicans saying, let's talk about CNN as a place of disinformation. I mean, as a recipient of their ire for a couple of years, I can assure you that they were lying about Russia collusion. We all know that now, but no one actually brings it up because they can get away with it. They are able to do that. Big tech will silence you if you come out against it. They will crush you. They will call you racist and everything else. Just like, imagine, we'll bring back Cuomo, right? Imagine Ron DeSantis did what Cuomo has done over the last couple of years. He wouldn't be getting an Emmy. He'd be in jail. Right? Credible accusations of harassment swept under the rug. Verbal harassment swept under the rug. Hiding evidence from the DOJ swept under the rug. No problem. Give him an Emmy. Remember Fredo when he was talking about it? Oh, for months? Oh, where's Fredo? He's so quiet these days. Why isn't Fredo talking about these things right now? Again, liberal privilege. No, we can't address that. Really? You can't address that. But you had no problem joking around with massive Q-tips, making clowns of yourselves for months prior. That's what we're up against, folks. But together, we can win these fights. We have to be vocal. We can't be put in the corner. We must be out and engaged. And that's where you guys come in. So, I'm looking forward to Sunday. I imagine it will not be what we call a low-energy speech. And I assure you that it will solidify Donald Trump and all of your feelings about the MAGA movement as the future of the Republican Party. So thank you, CPAC. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the love. You guys are the best.